So welcome to the first day of action here at the 2023 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships. Thank you for joining, and it should be a fantastic 3 days of competition. Always no shortage of colour, drama, excitement and names to watch out for as university students from across the country battle for glory and for bragging rights as well. So let's have a look at the timetable here, starting with qualification for the women's triple jump, and then we've got some B and A finals, including the women's discus and men's javelin later on. You can also see the men's shot put have both qualification and the final on this first day. So hope to have the likes of Olympic, World, European and Commonwealth competitors on display, and those for the future as well. You can see that we get underway with 800 metres as well, middle distance, and a real mix of track and field, and we'll bring to you as much of it as we can, particularly for this first half an hour or so, focusing on the field events with the women's discus B final, including the ambulant event, and also women's triple jump qualification, which should be one of the best battles in the field and indeed overall. So please do stay tuned for as much of the next 3 days as you can. Cancel the plans that you have so you can stay with this. So looking at the first set of athletes for women's triple jump qualification here. So you can follow the event on the Roster Athletics app, of course. The qualification distance that will get you automatically through to the final is at 12:20, or otherwise we'll have the 12 best competitors. Running through there, you can see Lily Hulland looking to win her third BUCS title. She's twice won indoors. Looking for a fifth BUCS medal as well. Georgie Ford-Wells is her teammate who won indoors this year. Is looking for her third BUCS medal. And in between the two of them, in Sheffield indoors in February, was Adelaide Omitawaju. She wants her first BUCS gold medal and third overall. So you can see athletes warming up there on the far side. So we'll run through the names in full. Reese Robinson of Cambridge going in this first group. Someone who has really improved this year. 25 centimetres in 2023 to 12.43. Looks like before we get underway with the first jumps, though, we're going to start off with some throws in the discus. So a few of the field events split into B finals and A finals. So it means there's no qualification knockout. Everyone gets a chance. Should be for without being knocked out, shall we say. And it also means that the top athletes, they can purely focus on battling for those medals, rather than going through the 2 rounds. So in this B final, we've got Rebecca Hopper of Lancaster, Caitlin Rimmer of Sheffield, Ellie Alcock of Birmingham, Jasmine Waters of Sheffield, Edge Hill's Megan Lockwood, Emelina Darville of Birmingham, Tasmin Fail of Edge Hill, Jess Hopkins of Brunel, and Sophie Mickey. of Stirling. So expecting most of these throws to be around the 30 to 40 metre mark. So you can just see those blue cones within the sector, or just at the edge of the sector, marking out what is beside them. So throws of over 40 metres in this particular section, the B final, would be really impressive. So the top couple of athletes in this that we'll be looking out for, and we have some with the European junior pedigree coming up later in the A final. The top athletes here include Caitlin Rimmer, 38-38 at best, the Northern Indoor silver medalist in the shot put, in fact, and we will see a number of athletes doubling up. So crossing back here to the triple jump and discus. Trying to keep across both events. So we can see a Strathclyde vest jumping there on the far side. So as I say, 12 metres 20 will make it through automatically to that final. So two sandpits on opposite sides of the straight, and it's judged by the wind and which way the wind is blowing. And they'll try and jump in the direction that suits the athletes. So Ella Watford we saw jumping there just before for Liverpool, John Moores. This is Sophie Mickey of Stirling. So best performance shown here is at 25.05. So you can see the two pools of athletes jumping side by side here. So also the ambulant discus, as I mentioned, this is Didi Oko of Birmingham. So she's up against Freya Howgate and Abigail Birch of Loughborough and BUCS New University, respectively. Didi was super impressive indoors as well for her university. Also winning the women's ambulance 60 metres with a new lifetime best of 9:29. Winning the gold on Raza point scores. And that's because they're calculated based on their respective classifications. And you'll know what I mean if you watch para-athletics. Various classifications for all of the athletes. So Oko is T44, or F44 in this case. Howgate F and T37, and Birch F41. So Oko also won the long jump indoors and silver in the shot put. Of course, no discus indoors. So that was Birch before, and now Howgate of Loughborough. You can see by that African violet vest, as they like to call it. So we'll try and look out for any scoreboards that might be being put up around the stadium. Waiting to see if any live results will pop up as well.
Team captains, Leeds and Bristol's registration, please. The qualifications from the 6 of the men's 1500 metres through to Sunday's semi-final will be the first 5 in each of the 6 heats, who will be joined by the 6th fastest non-automatic qualifiers.
Sophie Hampson of Liverpool jumping there. So that discus going into the black cage, as you can see. Back to the triple jump. Just trying to tell from the distance, this might be Anna Ryan of Brunel. You can see there through the hop, step and jump phases. And now the sandpit gets raked. So those are distances starting to come up on the board. This is Ellie Alcock of Birmingham. Lifetime best of 38.35. So that's one of the best among these few. Jess Hopkins, 38.75, who is twice a shot put silver medalist at the BUCS Indoor Championships. So that looks like it might be an East Anglia vest. So 2 pools of qualification simultaneously there in the women's triple jump to kick off the morning. Also the women's Discus B final, including the ambulant event. Automatic qualification distance 12.20 for the triple jump final, whereas in this B final in the discus, it's purely based on the performances here and now. So 5.78 is Jasmine Waters of Sheffield. See there the official returning the discuses to the cage. Next to go will be Megan Lockwood of Edge Hill. So she now steps into the circle wearing 1460. In the green and black of Edge Hill University, you can see quite a few spectators have made their way around the outside. Looks like we are starting to get scores there. 36.85 coming up. So that scoreboard is just outside of the cage, adjacent to the track. So let's see, maybe we can get eyes on that in a moment. See that the measurement started with a 2 and ends in a 7.9. So Emmeline Darvel there, Birmingham, was next to go. Back to the triple jump. Quite a lot of athletes, as you can see, are entered. It was a thrilling competition indoors, and that's why we think it could be one of the best battles overall at these championships. Of course, a small matter of qualification to get through first. As we've sometimes seen in cross-country, the war paint livening up the competition with yellow and green. Quite possibly Nottingham there. Didn't see for definite, but most likely with that combination. It's a nice jump there here early on in the qualification, having started at 10 o'clock this morning. So you can see 5.73 there is on that scoreboard, which is, well, that's Adelaide Omotawaju of Sheffield, so that must be late to update. So we'll try and get more eyes on these scoreboards. That one just being turned around there. 37.98 in the second round. So unfortunately no athlete number though on that board. This is 1252 jumping here. So having a look, that's Phoebe Gooch of Birmingham jumping. And we're still in the first round. So there is that scoreboard. We'll try and get eyes on that. It is difficult because they are changing quickly and aren't always turned around. One measurement I can see is, looks like 12.47 for Adelaide Omotawaju has come up there on the other scoreboard. That's Holly Aitchison of Bangor University, looks like. So the Northern Indoor Champion last year. English Schools in England Under 20 Champion 2 years ago. She was a finalist indoors in 12th, and she was at 6th outdoors, having come indoors 5th last year at BUCS. Lily Hulland waiting to jump. So second round of the women's ambulant discus. And of course these athletes are in their own final, 3 of them. So they're deciding the order of the medals, which will then be calculated on RASA point scores afterwards by virtue of their different classifications, different para-athletics classifications. So essentially we will see who comes first, second and third based on distance, and then we'll wait for that all to be worked out. Abigail Birch of Bucks New University.
not even filling a block half the size of this today, tomorrow.
13:54, the measurement for Birch has come up on the scoreboard. So this looks like Shelby Odia of Brunel. Nice clean jump there. Shelby Odia, the Swiss under-20 indoor champion last year. 12:20, her best.
It's just the confidence. It's the confidence to do that.
Maybe I should rock up to the 4x4.
Should have bought my budget.
Yeah.
Georgie Ford-Wells jumping 11:70, her measurement. And then what's that, 20:30, just coming up on the board, just flashing through very quickly. This is Anna Forbes of Strathclyde. Now into the third round. So what they'll be doing is they'll be going through the Discus B final, then the ambulant competitors, all as part of one round.
Gotta get these legs out somehow.
You see the old people running around track in the summer with them on it. It's terrible. Like you're in the cage, just about to throw, and then six like saggy men run past you in these shorts. It's horrible. Yeah, especially at length, it's horrible. As soon as it hits like what, July,
Caitlin Rimmer of Sheffield then.
taking the kit off.
As we can see, 29:16, the measurement coming up. As I say, no athlete number there, but the athlete before Rimmer in the order is Rebecca Hopper. In the throwing order today. So back we go then to the triple jump. 12:20 is the aim. We haven't seen too many over that 12 mark, but still in the second round of qualification. So plenty of chance for improvement. Shelby Odio Brunel just in the background trying to get a bit of guidance. The Sheffield athlete Jasmine Waters. And that looks to be very close to 40 metres. Eleanor Brown of Bath in the triple jump then. So she's in qualification group B. See both of the Holland sisters there. Very much expecting both of them to make the final. On to Megan Lockwood of Edge Hill. Just flashed through the scoreboard there. I think it might have been 37.39, the previous measurement for Waters. I was just changing the numbers quite quickly there. Didn't quite grasp it, but that's what I think it was. Megan Lockwood of Edge Hill waiting for her third round effort to be measured. Okay, back to the triple jump we go. Always a reminder of your colours in this. I think that's a Cardiff vest. Potentially 218 of Anna McKinty. Let's go with that. Northern Irish athlete. So focusing on this for the next 10 minutes. We have some track action getting underway at past. With the men's 1500 metre heats, they're just starting to come out. So Tasmin Fail of Edge Hill from the Isle of Man, 38.45, showing us her lifetime best. 37.39 measurement there coming up. So Megan Lockwood of Edge Hill was the previous athlete. Oh, sorry, it was Emelina Darvel, in fact, of Birmingham, in between those two.
Even when we were playing, it was just kind of like even on the sideline and stuff like that. It's kind of like, oh no, they all have, you know, like some rugby clubs have blazers.
Oh, no way.
Striker, like some like one in a county. Like everybody on the sideline had one.
So 2 athletes waiting to jump. Looks like Sophia Meller of East Anglia. So her measurement just coming up now. Let's see if we can get sight of it. So 9 meters 82. Sophie Hampson of Liverpool next. So it's Group B jumping slightly nearer the camera. So it looked like that was a no jump, no measurement coming up there. Didioko of Birmingham in the ambulant discus. 3rd round here. You can see the 1500 metre athletes are out. Didioko showing a little bit of frustration there with herself. Anna Ryan of Brunel. Looks like 11.34 has come up for Anna Ryan on the scoreboard as we watch Abigail Birch of Bucks New University in the ambulant discus. Freya Howgate of Birmingham. So 3rd round of the ambulant discus still. So trying to get closer to 20 metres. You can see it is a little bit chilly out there. Athletes keeping warm. So we saw Eleanor Brown of Bath. This is her teammate Harriet Legg. Ruth Anne Otaruo of Sheffield. Hers is the latest measurement to come up, 11.62. So they're soon moving into the fourth round there in the discus. That looks like Charlotte Earl, potentially of Newcastle there. Let's take a look at the lineup for the first heat of the men's 1500 metres. Vidash Wira-Cody of Glasgow, Sheffield Hallam's Connor Anderson, Daniel Swain of Birmingham City, Fraser Gordon of Stirling, Ben Patterson of Loughborough, brilliant to have him here, the Commonwealth bronze medalist, Richie Gardner of Leeds, Finlay Prophet of Birmingham, and Rafe Serif of St Mary's in this one. So should be potentially a second page of athletes as well, and they include Jake Stafford of Liverpool, Angus Mackenzie of Northumbria, Cardiff's Jacob Reynolds, Ross O'Brien of UWS, that's University of the West of Scotland, and Joshua Jackson of Bangor. So, top 5 athletes will all go through to the semi-finals. So that's very straightforward, you'd think, qualification, and then time qualifiers. There'll be 6 across. We're expecting to see 6 heats. So semi-final should be a fair bit harder to qualify from than that. So Ben Patterson, 3:39 athlete at best. He's a 1:44.6 800 runner. Famously part of a British 1-2-3 at the European Under-20 Championships in Sweden in 2019. Ahead of him was Oliver Dustin. Behind him was Finlay McClear, but it was like a young Co, Cram and Ovett. I think Ben is very much thinking he'd like to move on from just being known for that. And he did do that at the Commonwealth Games, coming in 3rd place. This will be a really interesting battle come the final, with some more experienced athletes involved. Jamie Webb, 2 times European indoor medalist, including silver back in 2019. He was a fantastic winner of BUCS titles a few years back, including in 2018, coming from something like 9th or 11th place with 300 metres to go to win, when trying to double up and doing 6 races in 3 days. Last year, he's just run out of the medals. It was a big shock. But looking to add a 7th BUCS medal to his collection, of course. Now Ben Patterson, who hasn't raced yet this year until stepping onto this very track today, was also 6th at the European Championships in Munich. So this should be one of the top battles on the track. Come the final, of course, everyone has to qualify, and doing so into the semi-finals, as I said, should be quite straightforward. So Patterson in the African violet vest of Loughborough, just shading things at the moment. Have a look as they come round who else is with him. Looks like Jacob Reynolds behind him, red in Cardiff. And 182, Daniel Swain of Birmingham City University. They don't get too many medals. One of the smaller contingents. It did get a gold indoors in the 1500 metres a few years ago. Through Katie Ingle, if I remember correctly. In fact, it was in the steeplechase outdoors. So, St Mary's athlete just on the shoulder is Rafe Serif. Ben Patterson will be very relaxed and composed with going out at this sort of pace. We've also got the Leeds dark green vest there on the outside, and that's Richie Gardner. So most of these athletes have run sub 4 minutes, but plenty haven't. And for some, this will be a chance to set a PB and potentially try and make it into the semi-final. You can see we've got a big group here. Make it 9 athletes in this, but it is looking like they're moving faster, and this group may spread out. Shouts from the crowd saying you've got to get out as they hit the bell around 3:08. And lots of keenness to try and push on, but there's really no space there at the moment. Look at that Cardiff vest there, squabbling for space right on the inside. Richie Gardner of Leeds, he's boxed in at the moment. Serif not moving through. Ben Patterson doesn't want to use any more energy than he needs to in this heat. So once again, group of 5 automatically making it through. And there is the top 5. But there's a couple still with them. So Patterson, he's not really going to sprint too much down this home straight even. So here comes Patterson with Serif following. And Reynolds as well. Gardner also makes it. And looks like the other vest in the top 5 was the Birmingham one of Finley Profit. So a nice tidy race to kick us off. I thought at one point that they might be squabbling too much for space and it could all end in tears, but they did manage in the end. Looking here at the lineup then for heat number 2, James Rashbrook of Durham, Ewan Wheelwright of Leeds, Freddie Adams of Kent, Harrison Chambers of Portsmouth, Alex Mosley of Bangor, Ben West of Loughborough, Marcus Lovell of Nottingham, Adam Mead of Cardiff Met on this first page. Stephen Lunn of Queens, Archie Parkinson of Birmingham, Daniel Cook of Liverpool, and Chuck Chunambrose Lee of Coventry, and Ben Sanderlands of SRUC. SRUC, by the way, what is that? It's at Scotland's Rural College in Aberdeen. Very interesting to learn more about Scotland's Rural College, but we'll do that sometime after this second 1500 metre heat. It's like one of those boomerangs where you're expecting everyone to go forward, but you wind it all back. They were poised for 3 3/4 laps. Stood back up again. Oh, it's a beautiful sound, isn't it? So, getting the athletes underway. Now, ones to look out for in this particular heat, Archie Parkinson. He was a bronze medalist at the England Under-20 Championships last year, behind David Race, who also should be competing at these championships for Loughborough, but potentially in the 800 metres, and Sam Reardon, one of the up-and-coming middle-distance young talents, and also a good 400-metre runner, who was part of the World Indoors team. European Indoors as well the last couple of years, as is Ben Higgins, who we'll hopefully see in the 400 for Loughborough here. So 3 laps to go now as they come hurtling around. And looks like this is potentially quicker pace. Certainly a smaller group of athletes going for those top 5 automatic places. Ben West of Loughborough in this lead group. European Under-20 3,000 metre finalist in 2019 with a best of 3 minutes 40 over this distance. Got the Durham vest in front of him, James Rashbrook, with the blonde hair flopping there, the white vest on the back, and purple or platinate, as I believe it's called, on the rear. It's funny because you sometimes see the white and you think, I'll look out for a white vest as they come round, and then you don't see one because it's completely different on the back. Archie Parkinson, part of this group, just towards the back there, wearing 1, 2, 3, 4 in the red of Birmingham. Ahead of him and on his outside is Marcus Lovell of Nottingham in the green, gold and white. See what I mean about learning your colours? Daniel Cook of Liverpool in the navy just in front. And on his inside, that's a Cardiff Met's Adam Eade. Always a battle just to get selected for Loughborough, but at the Outdoor Championships you are allowed 4 athletes in each event, more restricted indoors. So that does allow the likes of Loughborough for sure to get those 2nd, 3rd and 4th athletes very much in the points. 2 athletes on the podium. Loughborough didn't have their strongest BUCS Indoor Championships in 2023, there's no question about that. Birmingham doing extremely well, particularly in the men's track events. Pretty much a lockout from 400 upwards. The likes of Tyler Billiard and Henry Fisher, Cameron Bailey. Archie Parkinson just trying to hang on to this pace. So on the last lap here, and inside the last 200 now. So Ben West still leading this one then. From Rashbrook, just a bit of a push there. Just to try and find some space. Not sure what that's about. Ben Sanderlands is the one doing it. And Adam Eade also in this. So they're all going to qualify for sure. I think they're just trying to make sure that the athletes go away from their competitors. The West doesn't want to use too much energy. Archie Parkinson, solid 5th place there. Because at one point it looked like he was hanging on to that leading group, but he does so with ease in the end. So those are the 5 that qualify. just ahead of Marcus Lovell of Nottingham, who has a decent chance of making it through as a time qualifier. Across all the 6 heats, there are 6 spots. Okay, so we've settled into the first day of these championships as we just conclude this second heat. Finishing there is Freddie Adams of Kent. And Coventry's Chuck Lee. That was Harrison Chambers of Portsmouth, I think, finishing there. So heat number 3, and it features Jamie Webb of Loughborough. So looking for 7th BUCS medal, 5th BUCS title. Saunders, Webborn, Ringrose Vose, Cousis, Hudson, Webb, Robertson, Doherty. All in this. Sim Farmer, Richardson and Rowland of Sheffield, Chichester, St Mary's and Doncaster. Well, if I tried to read out Jamie Webb's BUCS record, we'd probably last the whole of the 1500 metres, but yeah, essentially that 2018 BUCS Outdoors win in Bedford was impressive from the point of view of his comeback, and he tried to double up across 8 and 1500, and he got a bronze in the 800, so did at least get 2 medals, but winning the year before indoors, and then the year before that 2016 outdoors, which held on to the title that he'd won in 2015. So he's competed for Manchester Metropolitan University as well as Loughborough in that time. And then after 2018, the following year, he won European Indoor Silver in Glasgow at those senior championships, winning bronze 2 years later in Torun in Poland, where we were still coming out of the second lockdown, I think it was. Jamie Webb. He faced a real battle, though, last year in Chelmsford, a title that was won by Daniel Howells. So Killian Doherty of Cambridge, the Irish athlete, also involved in this. Interestingly, Louise Shanahan, Irish international, also went to Cambridge University. Maybe there's a bit of a link there, but Shanahan was very successful in BUCS colours, particularly indoors. A couple of titles for her. Of course, maybe would have won more titles were those seasons not curtailed because of coronavirus. And I think that's a reason why some of the athletes you'll see here have been competing for a number of years. They've tried to extend their university time so that they can win BUCS medals and can get the most fulfillment if possible from university and college. But Jamie Webb, something of an exception from the point of view that he has been competing at this BUCS level since 2013, in fact. So 10 years of BUCS competition is fairly unique. I think Jess Judd did it as well. Of course, back in 2012, BUCS was a test event ahead of the London 2012 Olympic Games at the Olympic Stadium. So that was a phenomenal experience. And this is the track that will host the British National Senior Championships in June. So Jamie Webb just moving to the outside, 1 lap to go. George Rowland of Birmingham there on the inside. This is much, much faster than Ben Patterson's heat, just as a reference point. It was around 3:08 at the bell, so they're around 9 seconds faster. Freddie Richardson of St Mary's, the other one right at the sharp end of this race, but Webb takes over. So Webb of Loughborough, from Richardson of St Mary's, from Rowland of Birmingham. Charlie Roberts of Leeds Beckett just in 4th place there. And then it's that Cambridge man Doherty. So these 5 looking pretty comfortable, and Jamie Webb doesn't really need to stretch his legs. So coming through across that line, 3:58. Richardson, Rowland, Doherty and Roberts.
Joel Fawcett, University West of England, Plymouth University's Teddy Hughes, Matthew Fuller, Oxford, from Bristol University, Alex Aldridge, Charlie Wakefield, represents East Anglia University, from Birmingham, Billiard, Matthew Bouchon.
So athletes still finishing here. We can see Chichester's Otis Farmer, and just coming in now the Leicester athlete, that looks like Arthur Saunders. On to heat number 4, the men's 1500 metres. You can have a look at the timetable on the Roster Athletics app, where the entries are also there, so seeding into heats, and a timetable also downloadable off the BUCS website itself if you do a search for these championships, BUCS Outdoor Championships 2023. Athletics, Timothy Allen of Leicester, Alicia De Mayo of Sheffield, Jeremy Dempsey of Cambridge, he's the top ranked athlete here. Joel Fawcett, University of the West of England, also known as UWE. Teddy Nutbrown Hughes, that's a great name, Plymouth. Matthew Fuller of Oxford, Bristol's Alex Aldred, Charlie Wakefield of East Anglia on this first page.
Heat 4 of 6, next 1500 metres.
There we are, Tyler Billiard of Birmingham, Matthew Hoochel of Swansea, Elliot Frame of Glasgow. He'll want a good picture afterwards. Adam Lane of Cardiff Met and Cameron Bryson of York. So this is the lineup for heat number 4 of 6. Top 5 qualify automatically through to the semi-finals. So Jeremy Dempsey and Tyler Billiard, the two to watch out for here, certainly. So, watches are started. Gun goes. Clock begins as well. Winding through, and down they go down this back straight. Jeremy Dempsey then. So he was 3rd indoors, chose to do the 3,000 metres there. But as often think with those who choose to do 3,000 metres, it usually means they're pretty versatile because it's not a major championship outdoor distance. And Dempsey coming down to 1,500. Tyler Billiard very capable over 800 metres. And last year at the indoors he was 4th. And then he won BUCS indoors over this distance, 1,500 for Birmingham. And Jeremy Dempsey followed up his bronze medal with a 4th place also last year indoors. So 2 improving athletes this year. can they go any higher? Jeremy Dempsey, perhaps any higher than bronze? Well, you've got Ben Patterson and Jamie Webb in this. So to get another bronze, I think, would be a great achievement. Tyler Billiard, again, to even try and replicate what he did indoors would be tricky, given the likes of the athletes in this race. But showing racecraft could work in his favour, given that we don't necessarily get quick times in some of these races, and that could be a little bit of an equaliser. So looking at 5.84, that black vest here of Sheffield, Alicia De Mayo. And behind him, 7.10, Matthew Hutchell of Swansea. In third place, Glasgow's Elliot Frame. And just coming past him is Jeremy Dempsey of Cambridge. So 2 more heats to come after this one. So leading group of 6 emerging now. Unusual vest in 7th place. Trying to work out which one that is. Certainly the green and white, very notable. The Swansea colours for Hutchell. Dempsey now moving up onto the shoulder and coming past. Elliot Frame trying to follow him round. So they're going to come through with 1 lap to go. Answer to my question, the unusual vest is Bristol, who've changed their vest a few times over the last few years. Again, decent pace at the bell, similar to that last heat featuring Jamie Webb, which is much, much better news for the athlete in 6th place. And currently that's Oxford's Matthew Fuller. Dempsey looking strong for Cambridge ahead of Hutchell of Swansea. Billiard, the tall figure there, red and black of Birmingham. In third, De Mayo, early leader of Sheffield, black and yellow in 4th. And now Fuller is ahead of Frame of Glasgow, who was second earlier on this race, just being run out of things. Very, very good battle between those two. And that's the battle that matters, because those 4 in front are comfortably ahead. But it was well timed from Matthew Fuller in the end. But you would think that there's a very strong chance that all 6 would go through. Just looking at it, the clock stopped at the finish line at 4:02.06. So 4 seconds slower, or well, 3 and 3/10 slower than Jamie Webb's winning time. This is the wonderfully named Teddy Nutbrown Hughes, who's just coming through to finish here for Plymouth. Quite a journey for those coming up from Plymouth University to Manchester. And again, it's would have been a journey to Bedford had we been there as well. So you're watching live coverage of the BUCS University's Outdoor Athletics Championships. So this is heat number 5 of the men's 1500. So Harley Norman of Exeter, one of those to watch here as we look across the full lineup. Singletary of Bath, Sweeney of Sheffield, Courtalese Swansea, Worcester's Bowron, and McCaffrey of Stirling. The others were just looking through, perhaps the top two in this, likely to be Miles Weatherseed of Oxford, another very experienced athlete, and Oliver Lill of St Mary's. So nice cheer to get the athletes underway. Yes, Miles Weatherseed top ranked in this. The 25-year-old 3:42.92 at best. That was set at the Watford British Milers Club, I should say. Specialist middle distance competition, that is. One of the best examples of competition in the UK. Great circuit it is. And he was fifth at the indoors over this distance. His first BUCS was in 2016. So another who's had quite an established career at this university level, along with Jamie Webb, of course. Really big cheers as they come past the start-finish. So Harry Sweeney in second place for Sheffield. Miles Weatherseed, though, at the front for Oxford. I think that might be Gavin McCaffrey of Stirling at the front. Just wondering whether that is the Oxford vest, in fact, but it is Harley Norman of Exeter, my mistake. So Norman of Exeter from Oliver Lill of St Mary's, and then Gavin McCaffrey of Stirling are top three. And we have 8 athletes in this lead group. So Oliver Lill, 3:46.41, new lifetime best outright indoors this year in February at Lead Valley. He was in fact 7th at the UK Senior Championships in Birmingham, having finished 6th indoors last year at these championships over this distance. And he was a silver medalist back in 2020 at the England Under-20 indoors of 800 in Sheffield. Josh Smith of Cardiff moving up past McCaffrey in third place. So hitting the bell now, and this lead group is a little more spread out, but there's still, you'd have to say, at least 7 battling. 3:07 at the bell, so this is more comparable with the time from the first heat. So being inside that top 5 indeed becomes all the more important. So still Harley Norman of Exeter, but Lill looking very menacing on the outside. Needs to try and find enough space because Josh Smith of Cardiff is there at the moment. Luca Cortelesi of Swansea in 4th. Gavin McCaffrey potentially tiring a little in 5th. Has he got enough? Because right on the outside there is Alexander Wood of Bristol. So look at that battle for 6th place. McCaffrey trying to come back. Again, that's the important one to watch for. Lill might win this heat for St Mary's. Oh, McCaffrey, he's absolutely swimming out there, but finds that gear as Smith really fades. Well, well. 4:02.17 by the time they come to the line. That was a quick last lap. Oh, well done for McCaffrey just getting there. I feel like he ran a really strong race. He wanted to put himself in the mix at the start, and just as though it looked like he was fading, he managed to come back. Unfortunate then for Smith of Cardiff, because he held a great position on the outside through the last couple of laps, and then the pace really burned across the last 200, and Oliver Lill leading the way in that.
Of the men's 1500 metres. Before we go to 3 heats of the women's 1500. Adam Russell, Nottingham. William Broome, King's Close, DNS. So Will Hall, Leeds Beckett, Alex Malloy, Loughborough, Johnny Brook, Flag. Leeds University's Piers Bishop, Stephen Edinburgh, Durham, Edward Joseph Leach, Michael Obi, Manchester, East Anglia University's Tom Woodward, and completing the lineup of Liverpool top horse on the Saturday. Heat 6 of 6, men's 1500 metres.
So this is heat number 6 then of the men's 1500 metres. Of course, first start of qualification, and they will go through to semi-finals if they're lucky to make it. Semi-finals are at 10 past 4 tomorrow, and then the final is 4:05 on Monday. So timetable downloadable on the BUCS website. Search for BUCS Outdoor Athletics 2023. You can download from there a whole host of other sets of information, and then also Roster Athletics app, or indeed website, is where you can see results as they start to come through. Start list and schedule, it's pretty much all on there. So, gun has gone. The athletes are away in heat number 6 of 6 of the men's 1500 metres. So, William Broome and Alex Malloy, a couple to look out for in this. Broome was 5th over 3,000 metres at the BUCS indoors. So, he'll be hoping to sweep away his competitors. Alex Malloy, 3:45.90 at best. So, only 0.2 of a second separate those two on personal best, Broome and Malloy. So he was a bronze medalist at the European Under-20 Championships 2 years ago. And finally, we're having some fascinating battles for space. Don't get too close. Be lunacy to trip each other up. So Alex Malloy, 1:8.14 out front for Loughborough.
Also up there, 2021 Under-20 champion, 4:53.47.
Piers Clisham of Leeds now up front from Malloy. Let's have a look who else is near the sharp end of this one. Stephen Denby of Edinburgh. Used to have a physics teacher called Mr. Denby at school. He was fantastic, but as we all know, isn't necessarily the best supply of physics teachers, and when you get a good one, you have to keep hold of them. So Denby, certainly a surname worthy of respect as a result. Johnny Brook of Bath there in 5th place. Always find it interesting that when athletes go with slightly different shorts, sometimes that's just what you've got in the cupboard, isn't it? Durham athlete there in the red shorts, Edward Leach. And Alex Malloy. Looks like he got some sort of galaxy print there, but he leads the way in the vest of Loughborough. We'll focus on the vests. So Malloy of Loughborough, and then Clisham of Leeds, with Leach of Durham on the inside. White vest at the front. Hitting the bell with Denby in 4th place, and then Brook of Bath in 5th, but he's just being overtaken by Adam Russell of Nottingham. So once again, we have a similar situation. Top 5 going through automatically. And 7 athletes trying to squeeze into 5. So Malloy just putting his head down then and trying to focus. He's got the freedom, he's got the space. Still Malloy from Clisham, Leach, Denby, Brook in a real battle here as they come down the outside. But look at this, Brook has left something for the end, and that is absolutely terrific stuff to come through to leave it extremely close between 4th, 5th and 6th places. Wow. Will Hoare of Leeds Beckett was one of those very, very neck and neck for that 6th place, and 4:07.20. So certainly not one of the quickest times that we've seen in these heats. That said, we've generally have group of 6 finishing together, so it may be that 6th place across all of the heats ends up being a great place to finish. Well, just as we finish the men's 1500, the women's 15 are getting ready. So Neve Britson Hubbard among those in this field. Wenchi Lai of LSE. There we go. Jess Spilsbury, one of a very strong Loughborough contingent in this. Olivia Cameron of Nottingham, UCL's Ellen Donald. Elsa Palmer of Birmingham. Bethany Clayton of Leicester. Bethany Reid of Manmet. And then also in this, Abigail Hancock of Loughborough. Bronwen Stratton Thomas of Exeter. Kate Willis of Birmingham. Amy Jackson, Manchester Met. Kyra Gibb of Stirling. And Alexandra Oliver of SGS. What is SGS? Well, it's coming up as South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands. Well, that is another that will have to be investigated later, along with Scotland's Rural College, as we look at the unusual acronyms. UHI is another one to look out for, which is University of the Highlands and Islands. And another one of my favourites is AECC. These are all pointless answers if you're a fan of the TV show. AECC, what is AECC? Well, it's based in Bournemouth, and it's the specialist college that basically it's X-rays, radiography, that's the one I was looking out for, physiotherapy, sports rehabilitation, based in Bournemouth on the south coast. So between AECC and UHI, University of the Highlands and Islands, we've got the whole geographical spread of Britain covered, haven't we? So focusing then on this first group, we've got Elsa Palmer in a nice position there on the outside. I think the Birmingham contingent are just sitting round this first bend as we come past right now. Palmer, who was the champion over 3,000 metres indoors, lifetime best of 4:28.88. Kate Willis very closely matched to her based on times, 4:29.19. The Southern under-20 800 metre bronze medalist in 2021. She was 7th indoors over this distance at BUCS. And then we've got Bethany Reid of Manchester in the blue and orange on the inside. Can also see that Cambridge vest, Neve Britson Hubbard, around 4th or 5th place. So just the 3 heats here for the women. So Bridson Hubbard on personal best, 4:12, so top ranked here. So that's what, 17 seconds faster than Palmer and Willis. And Bridson Hubbard improved her lifetime best from 4:23 to 4:12 from May 2021 to August 2022. So one of those sort of pandemic recovery catch-ups, if you like. And I feel like that's a sort of time length that I'm quoting at the moment quite a bit in commentary. Abigail Ives, another example, sort of started 2021 season to end of 2022. Huge catch-up, in inverted commas, on personal best based on perhaps what they might have achieved through working hard in training and also natural physical development in the 2020 season that wasn't. Lee Bridson Hubbard still within this group. 6 athletes within it, 2 Birmingham athletes. Bridson Hubbard in the pale blue of Cambridge wearing 191. She was at 4th at the BUCS Cross Country Championships earlier this year, and in fact she's 4 times a top 15 finisher at those champs. So a real cross country specialist. This is her first track race of the year. So Abigail Hancock of Loughborough is the athlete in 3rd place behind Willis and Palmer. Bridson Hubbard in this, Bethany Reid of Manchester Met. And it looks like Jess Spilsbury is alongside her Loughborough teammates. So I like to call this a Noah's Ark formation. It's almost like 2 by 2 based on universities. So now coming through quite leisurely for the last lap. Willis right on the inside. Spilsbury now coming past. And Hancock will do so as well. So all of these top 6 will go through quite comfortably. 4:43 on the clock. Ellen Donald of UCL just coming in there around 4:49 on the clock as a reference point.
Oh, did you write your name down, I guess?
You just asked him what his name
They have been joined by the 6 fastest non-automatic qualifiers.
Just had a chat with him all.
Okay.
How long do you reckon he'll be now?
So I'm confused. How did that translate to him putting the guys? Because was that the place you were going to tell me about? How was that?
So just finishing here is Alexandra Oliver.
He's like, right, whose ball is it? And he's like, this guy, he goes, oh really? And I am like,
Usually,
You're on my team. And then everyone just accepts it. Right, this is complete randomness. We start playing games. And we so nearly waggled our way into going back to one of their houses. No way. He was like, oh man, this guy wants to get there. Yeah? And we're like, oh, that's really good.
So second heat of the women's 1500 metres. Second heat of 3, and once again it's the top 6 going through to the semi-finals tomorrow, and then 6 non-automatic qualifiers across the 3 heats. So once again, qualification very simple. Hannah Anderson of Edinburgh leading the way. Just having a look at some of the top athletes to watch out for in this. So Bethan Morley among those. She won the indoor title earlier this year and also won the cross-country championship. So looking for what would be quite a rare and a hugely impressive treble. Also in this is Chloe Sharp, who was 4th at BUCS indoors earlier this year, lifetime best of 4:25.83. And Abby White, who made the final indoors. She was 8th. She has a 19 seconds PB this year, and 13 seconds of that improvement was at BUCS indoors. So this time it's a group of 8 athletes who'll be trying to make it into 6 spots, but maybe this group will be a little bit more spread out. Philippa Rosler in the blue and white stripes of St Mary's. The reigning England under-20 bronze medalist. Also won the 3,000 metre under-20 race at the UK Senior Championships last year. So hitting the bell at 3:32, and we now have this group of 6 trying to break away. Shona Haston of Newcastle trying to hold on. She's getting huge encouragement from the sidelines. Bethan Morley there in a nice position on the outside in 4th place. So the athletes might not know how settled things are at the moment, but eventually they'll come round this bend. But good race practice in any case as we go up through the rounds. So Ella Semple of Birmingham just being overtaken by Chloe Sharp of Kent. So it's going to be Sharp of Kent, from Semple of Birmingham, from Morley of Loughborough, and then Anderson of Edinburgh and Rosler of St Mary's, all making it through automatically to those semi-finals. 4:40 on the clock. And a reminder, those semi-finals just after the men's tomorrow at 4:28. And then the final for the women at 3:55 on Monday.
followed by the heats of the men's 100. Megan Sarah Louise Harris up first. I've certainly no, I think I've simply got to Megan Harris on my sheet. Neve Carr, Edinburgh, Northumbria, Sandy Howard, Patrick Donald, Charlie Kent, Oxford Brooks, Colin Newman, from Birmingham University, Georgina Campbell, Anglia Isabel Morris, Jess Highlands from Swansea, representing St Mary's, Julia Hodder, Emily Nowry, Cardiff, Louise Beckett, Emma Ball, Eve Gallagher, Liverpool, and Stephanie Tucker, Aberdeen.
So heat number 3 of the women's 1500. The last of these 3 heats. Holly Newman doesn't start this, been told, but other athletes in this: Megan Harris, Neve Carr, be one to watch here, Ellie Howarth, Bethan Dial, Georgina Campbell, Isabel Morris, Jessica Highland, and also Juliet Hodder, Emily Lowry, Emma Ball, Neve Gallagher, and Stephanie Tucker. So that completes the lineup then for heat number 3 of the women's 1500 metres.
So the third and final heat, the women's 1500 metres underway.
So Juliet Hodder of St Mary's goes straight to the front, hoping to follow her teammate Pippa Rosler through. And Hodder, lifetime best of 4:20.62. She was the Northern Under-20 800 metres silver medalist in 2019, and she was 6th indoors at BUCS. Neve Carr, 4:19 at best, so 3rd ranked overall. The Northern Irish silver medalist over 800 last year outdoors. She was 9th at BUCS indoors, having won the silver medal the year before behind Sabrina Sinner. Neve Carr, the engineering student. So we also have Emily Lowry in what is quite a strong heat. Lowry 4:27 at best, and she won the bronze medal indoors. So just goes to show you that a lifetime best of 4:19, and the athlete finishes 9th, and lifetime best of 4:27, supposedly 8 seconds slower on paper, and the athlete finishes 3rd. So it's all about racecraft as well. So calls from the sideline to take charge of the race. Juliet Hodder just about doing that at this point. The blue and white of St Mary's. And once again we have quite a strong lead group. And we've got 7 athletes in this. So they want to try and get themselves into a position where they're far enough in front, and much more straightforward for all 7 to qualify, with the 6 positions available across just 3 heats for non-automatic spots. You can see here this group of 3 athletes now, but they haven't really broken away from those behind, and doesn't matter too much anyway. That gap is opening up between 6th and 7th spot, I make it though. Have a look who's there in a moment. Still 1 lap to go. Megan Harris of Loughborough moving up a couple of positions into 4th place. So Hodder of St Mary's out front. 3:25 at the bell. Emily Lowry of Cardiff in 3rd place. And between those top two, looks like that's Stephanie Tucker of Aberdeen. And she's also trying to battle for the lead now. Look over her shoulder from Harris of Loughborough and knows there's now a big gap. So Hodder coming in to finish, along with the likes of Tucker and Carr and Lowry. Megan Harris also in that group as well, so 4:38.51. And that is the end of these women 1500 metre heats. As I say, semi-finals will come up at just before 4:30 tomorrow, and then the final, if they can make it, at 5 to 4 on Monday. So results available on the Roster Athletics app, timetables, entry lists, all of that. We are next going to have a look at the 100 metres in 12 minutes time. So as a result, we may have a look now for some field action. So I believe that the men's shot put qualification is just getting underway. As we see their final finisher in the 1500, Ellie Howarth of Northumbria. So men's shot put just getting underway on the other side of the main straight. There we are. So this could be one of the best battles as far as men's field events are concerned. I mentioned the women's triple jump as one of their best battles, but George Hyde, Ellie Pavliv, Kane Aubrey and Chukwu Emeka Osamo could be quite closely matched here. So really excited for this one. So there we are then, just looking at the Roster Athletics app to bring up these start lists now. As we see here early on in qualification. So two groups of athletes. And then this is another set of athletes who have their final later on today at 4:20. So automatic qualification is 14 metres 50, otherwise we'll have the top 12 across those two pools. This looks like a Newcastle vest. So just having a look here, looks like Nathan Ramsey is the Newcastle athlete, but just confirm that once I get to sight of the number in a moment. There's definitely a stadium for binoculars. Action really is right across it. And we'll also keep an eye out for scoreboards as well. We keep an eye out for scoreboards. So we have a look. Oh, look at this. That's fancy. Running along the bottom of the screen we have the athletes in this. So I mentioned George Hyde. Hyde with a lifetime best of 17 metres 13. He was third at the BUCS Indoors. So you've also got within the sector those blue cone markers, 12, 14 and then 18 metres. That one around 14. So yes, George Hyde, as I was saying, it was a brilliant competition indoors. Hyde, Pavliv and Osamor were all battling, and in fact Osamor took it right at the end, a gold medal from Pavliv, who won the title the previous year indoors. So that looked like a Cambridge vest there. Alex Blake Martin potentially. Just keeping an eye out. 12 spots available as always in the final. This is the other pool over on the far side. So if you're following along on roster, this looks like Pool A on the far side and Pool B close to the 100 metre start here. So looks like Kieran Valley was getting ready to go, and then this will be Felix Taylor of Manchester Metropolitan. Just looking to see if there is a scoreboard there indeed, if they are putting scores up at this time. If not, results will be available on the Roster Athletics app. Looks like they may come through at the end of the competition. So, an effort over 14 metres by the looks of things.
Well, that Mansfield track was horrible, man. That was just a bad day.
And then I recovered from Tuesday. Then I feel like this is my first actual fast run.
Yeah, so it's like feeling it.
And the weather's beautiful.
Yeah, man. Boy, this track
This is
so bouncy.
It feels like New Valley. We raced at New Valley. Yeah.
Haven't it, man.
We raced at New Valley.
Who's racing for you, man? Who is that?
Huh?
Who's racing for you?
The red. Pink.
Oh, he ran like a level 1 at Mansfield, didn't he?
Oh wait, in the Mansfield.
Yeah, Mansfield. Like
Oh yeah. I don't really remember his name. I don't remember what they ran. Or something around there.
No, but I can't. I would do it. I'll do it for you. Wait, what's the relay? I'm on the TV.
So now for this first team of 13, 100 metres. Lining up in lane 1, Caspian and G, Edinburgh, Moreni Horgo, Nottingham Trent, from Swansea in lane 3, Newton Fraser, Southampton University, Sean Edwards, 4, from Reading University, Oren Toby, Mayurinde, he's in lane 5, in 6, George Mitchell, Liverpool, and completing the lineup. For Reading BUCS 60 metre and 100 metre champion, representing Hull University, David Morgan Harrison.
Don't do me like this, man. Come on, bro.
Automatic qualifiers for first 2, who will be joined by 6 races, non-automatic qualifiers.
Men's 100 metres, of which we will have plenty. Expected to be 13, in fact, not 15 as previously thought. So delighted to say, by the way, that Evan Blackman from Durham University is joining us. We'll talk more about your tremendous 200 metre success it was indoors in a moment's time. But just looking at these 100 metre heats, I suppose it's the first day of action here at BUCS, and it's always a great event. What do you like about it?
So I would say one of my favourite things about BUCS is the atmosphere. So there's so many people that come out. There's a range of different levels. There's some exceptional athletes, and I think it's just a great opportunity early in the season to put in a big performance and race against some great competition.
For sure. So here we are with this lineup then. Caspian NG of Edinburgh, Loreni Jorge of Nottingham Trent, Ethan Craven of Swansea, Sean Edwards of Southampton, Oloran Toby Ayurinde of Reading, George Mitchell of Liverpool, and David Morgan Harrison of Hull. So they're just settling into their blocks now on this far side by the 100 metre start. So watch out for David Morgan Harrison of Hull then, in particular in lane 7. So hurtling away then from the start in the white vest of Hull, looking for yet another BUCS title. This is of course only a heat. 10:46 on the clock. Well, David Morgan Harrison has been really impressive indoors and out. You may have seen some of his performances, but just getting through the heat is nice and easy there.
Yeah, he put in a great performance at indoors. It was a solid 6.67, I think. So he got out of the blocks quickly there and shut down very comfortably towards the end. Solid run from him.
So Morgan Harrison was super impressive indoors, following up on his brother Andy Morgan Harrison, in fact, who had previously won the indoor 200 title. But Morgan Harrison looking to win BUCS across 3 different distances as well: 60, 100 and 200. And well, that would be particularly impressive, wouldn't it? I mean there are some athletes that I'm sure do that across 800, 1500 and 3000, maybe potentially achievable. Of course, you only have 60 indoors, but that would be quite a special treble. So heat number 2 coming up next, and I'll just have a look at who is in that. So Morgan Harrison very much putting Hull on the map. We've got Korede Awe, who is another standout athlete, lifetime best of 10:34. Alex Azu, the brother of Jeremiah Azu, in the colours of Cardiff Met there from lane 5. This is the full lineup here. Jack Forrest of Wolverhampton, Fawaz Mustafa of Kingston, Yue Jia of UCL, Rami Aboud of Stirling, Alex Azu, Cardiff Met, Craig Azizi of UCLan, and Korede Awe of UEL. So Korede Awe, UEL traditionally quite a sprints-focused university, and he was the Southern champion over 100 metres in 2019. In fact, it's interesting because I sometimes think that Durham can be more of a middle distance specialist university. Do you think Durham has any specialisms, or it just comes down to the individuals?
So it's definitely down to the individuals. So we got Max and Julie, their great sprints coach over there. We had Rob Shipley, the 400 metre
Absolutely.
champion. We have some solid 800 metre runners. So I think it just varies who comes through, but there's a range of athletes, and yeah, we do tend to have a more 400 to middle distance focus.
So having a look along this lineup, looks like there's a DNS, in fact potentially in lane 2, just looking along. So heat number 2 of 13 here in Manchester. It's a big stadium to fill, but when you have so many university teams, they are starting to do just that, and plenty of space as well. So Korede Awe, the one to watch. Interestingly, in fact, that the fastest athletes have been seated in the outside lane, because sometimes they're in the middle, aren't they? Don't know whether you have a preference.
So there's no real preference outdoors, as long as it's out of lane 2 or 3 tends to be okay. There seems to be a little wind as well pulling down the home straight. I'm not sure what speed it's at the moment. Tends to favour the outside lanes because there's more of a block on the inside lane, so maybe that could have been a thought process.
So Awe now with a fantastic start from Azu, in fact, who is just shading this one at this moment. Awe comes back through from Azu, and Forrest on the inside for Wolverhampton, so 10.62. Interesting to note the wind in Manchester. Sometimes it goes all the way up to plus 7 metres per second. But from a sprinter's point of view, 1.5, plus 1.5 is a sort of wind that you would want. So, Evan, of course, you're competing in the 200 metres, I guess, and your competition gets underway tomorrow?
Yeah, so we start off tomorrow. I haven't actually worked through the timings yet, so just keeping it relaxed. But yeah, tomorrow it'll be exciting to see the
interesting.
hundreds.
That's interesting. You're keeping it quite relaxed in that you just want to enjoy today, or not get too much in that kind of headspace just yet?
I think the pre-race prep starts the night before, so that'll be timings, food. Today I'm just going to relax, stretch, get the body moving, and get as prepared as I can for tomorrow.
It's interesting because I think there are some athletes that like to see maybe who else is in the event, who else is on the start list, but Mika Moore was one example of someone who, competing at BUCS a few years ago. Mm-hmm. She was saying, I don't care who's on the start list. It really doesn't interest me. It's got nothing to do with me. It's not like it's a 1500, 800 battle where I might go head-to-head with the fastest athlete if that's the way it's seeded. I'm in my own lane. That's all I care about.
Definitely. Yeah, no, it just depends on how you want to run it. It's good to always stay focused on yourself and keep relaxed. You can only do as well as you can do. So I guess it just depends on how you like to focus on things.
Absolutely, yeah. Everyone differs. So we'll have a look now at heat number 3. Chris Ossay of East Anglia. You can see they're wearing 8.04. Talani Alaba of Leicester. Leeds Beckett's Nathan Gavahan. Emmanuel Jurehoma of Loughborough. Chichester's Daniel Kolosov. Strathclyde's John Duty. And Leo Robinson of Bristol. One thing I have to ask you about the Durham vest. I'll do that in a moment because the whistle has just gone. So looks like Emmanuel Jurehoma is the one to watch out for. So 10.43 his lifetime best. Hasn't raced this year or ever at BUCS before, so but sometimes you have someone coming in with real pedigree, even if they haven't made their BUCS debut. They might have been English schools champion or won a national title, and they're just coming up to this level now. But yeah, so he's last year's England under-20 60-metre bronze medalist indoors, Jurehoma. So he'll go from lane 4. So this time the fastest athlete is in the centre, so maybe there isn't as much rhythm to it as I was thinking. Just the 7 athletes in this one. So Jurehoma gets underway, making a great start from the centre. Gavahan of Leeds Beckett in second. Alaba of Leicester coming through for third, behind Jurehoma in 11.03. Well, it felt like that was maybe a bit faster the race than 11:03, but sometimes you never know where you're quite sure to trust the clock or not. Right, now the question I wanted to ask you about the Durham vest. White and purple. People are quite specific on colours. You know, Loughborough, they don't like being called purple. It's African violet. Is the Durham vest called palatinate? Purple? Does it matter?
I believe that that's what it should be called,
Yeah.
but we tend to keep it. We don't really have a name for our vest. We've actually been. Our vests are going to change actually, so that'll be exciting
Wow,
for
that
next year's
is
athletes.
big news,
Yeah,
isn't
big
it?
news.
Big colour news. I've often wondered why so many university colours are purple. Manchester, Loughborough, Leeds Beckett, Durham.
I
know?
couldn't tell you.
No. Well, I
Cool
think
colour.
in the Roman days, purple was a symbol of power. So maybe that's what. That's a throwback. Yeah. So, what do you think about this environment, Manchester? I mean, obviously, BUCS is new here, but doesn't necessarily mean that you haven't competed here.
No, I've competed here last year at the UK Outdoor Champs, and again, as you said, the wind here can get crazy, and the wind was.
And the
insane.
rain.
And the rain, yes. So it's a lovely track. It's nice and springy. Again, good shelter from the stadium, and again, lovely atmosphere. It's very compact, nice and close into the action.
Yeah, and we're right by Manchester City's stadium, but you know, I mean, depending on who you support, or even if you even follow football, then that's not a great thing or not a great thing.
I'm not a football supporter myself, but
You'll be fine with
I'm
that.
sure.
Then.
Yeah.
But this whole complex was built for the Commonwealth Games in 2002, and as a result, we have some great facilities here. So let's take a look at the lineup then for heat number 4. William Wilshire of Nottingham, Newcastle's Lenny Saville, Charles Hilliard of Hartpury, Specialist Sports College that is, Oliver Miller of Loughborough, John Jesse of Middlesex, Frankie Arkwright of Edge Hill, and Conwy Shie of BCU. So John Jesse then, he was second at BUCS indoors over 60 metres of course. New lifetime best this year of 10:57. Super impressive to have already set a lifetime best outdoors in April, because there's not been a huge amount of competition so far. And Conwy Shea, another to watch out for on the outside. Real mix, actually, Evan was saying just a moment ago about the mix in kind of times, and it's certainly evident there. You've got all the way from 10.8 to 12.2 based on times. So 7 athletes in this. You can see it's come up actually. The top 2 athletes qualify automatically, and then 6-time qualifiers. So here we go. Watch out for John Jesse from lane 5. Heat number 4 of the men's 100 metres. So down they come along this home straight. John Jesse from Miller and Hilliard, with Wilshire of Nottingham closing on the inside. 10.69. Again, that wind staying, touch wood, quite nice for the athletes at the moment. Well, it's interesting. Evan Blackman joins me from Durham University, the 200 metre indoor champion. It's interesting just to see the contenders really across these heats, because I expect competition will be a lot tougher in the semi-finals.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot more relaxing towards the end of the race there. People tend to push out hard, get themselves into a good position in their upright running. There's a lot more, as I said, relaxing towards the end, but it's nice to see some fast time still being put down.
So what experience did you take away then from that 200 metre win then in Sheffield? And by the way, you did say that you don't want to talk too much about yourself, which is absolutely fair, because I don't like doing that either, and talk about the competition. We'll do both. We'll do a bit of both.
Definitely.
You know, because we need to reflect on how good that performance was. Running 200 metres indoors is not a major championship distance, because, you know, sort of historically in major finals, people didn't turn up if they had an inside lane, because it's tough. It's super tough to make that fair. What was your experience like, and how did you find running 200 metres indoors?
So I think first off, it's very cramped indoors, not just on the track, but in the warm-up zone. So it's important to get yourself outside and get some fresh air and try and have some resemblance of the outside world. But I guess the inside track, as you said, is very, very tight around the bends. So it just depends on how you run as an athlete yourself. I tend to be more comfortable in my upright running, but I need to be careful running through the bends because they're very tight. Someone with higher cadence might prefer to push around the bends faster. someone with a longer stride length likes to extend along the straights and push down the exit of the bend. So it's just finding what works for you, and what I took from that was staying focused between the rounds, staying comfortable, and just focusing on doing what I can do.
That's really interesting input on the technical side about the difference between cadence and stride runners there. So as we look at the lineup then for heat number 5, featuring Tyler Panton of Brunel, another one of our top sprinters here, and someone who's helped Brunel to relay gold in the past. He was 3rd indoors, so behind John Jesse, who we just saw, and of course David Morgan Harrison, who was in the opening heat. Kai Jones, Emmanuel Boaki, Charles Utomi, Harry Hansaker, Isaac Marsh, and Emmanuel Mbu. So also interesting that obviously we get a big participation in the sprint events, and sometimes I think, hey, if a few of you did some of the jumps and used your speed and realised that you maybe have real potential in that, then you could get medals. But I guess everyone wants to be a sprinter in some ways.
Yeah, I guess so, but I would also say the pressure that the long jumpers and the triple jumpers put through their legs is something you really have to train for. Those guys are putting huge load through their body, so I'm sure as a sprinter we'd love to think we could do it, but I'm sure we'd struggle.
Yeah, and I suppose that's a fair point. Some quite explosive jumping events, as we see here. Looks like another DNS in lane 2, I'm going to say. So Panton right on the inside, the fastest athlete this time. Boaki, Itomi, Hansaker, Marsh and Mbu. So Panton really driving out these blocks. Initially thought he had some work to do. He looks right over. Hansaker of Sheffield Hallam well back in second. And Panton has time to relax. And I was nearly going to say celebrate, but I'm not quite sure that was a celebration. 10.81 with, again, a nice solid win. I suppose that's how you want to open up your competition.
Yeah, and he crosses the line with his signature hands in front of him.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, he's been doing that for a while, especially at indoors. No, we're talking about long jump and sprinters. You could see Marcel Jacobs went from long jump to sprints, so I guess there's a lot of crossover backwards and forwards.
Yeah, very good point. Tiana Bartoletta, another the Olympic champion. But yeah, I think Marcel Jacobs' handle on social media is still so crazy long jumper, crazy long jumper. So people are like, what? You're not a long jumper, but they don't know the backstory, of course, as you do. So yes, Panton of Brunel coming through his heat nicely. And next will be heat number 6 of 13. So I guess these championships being in Manchester means that the Durham team don't have to travel as far, right? That's one bonus.
No, it was a quick journey across, and yeah, we wasn't too long, easy transport.
And what sort of size of contingent roughly have you brought to these championships, you reckon?
So we initially planned for 28, and we've now got around 24, so we've dropped a few out for injury, illness. We haven't got Cameron Boyack this year in the 5K, and we've dropped Jazz Wood, unfortunately couldn't make it because she's running in some England competition, I believe. I think it's in Gateshead. So she's both putting up some good performances, though.
Yeah. And we mentioned, so that's the voice of Evan Blackman, who'll be in the 200 metres, which begins tomorrow. So all the more reason to look over some of these 100 heats. So this next one will be, if I'm keeping count, will be heat number 6. And we'll have Achuko Edward, Ethan Potty, Oliver Coyne, so UCL Glasgow and Edge Hill respectively, Elijah Lewis of Hallam, Exeter's Josh Shagagi, Joshua Maggs of Bath, and Nathaniel Adegoke of Liverpool, and Joseph Foster of Birmingham. So what year are you then in your university career? How far are you through your BUCS journey?
So this will be my last year of BUCS now.
Oh, okay.
I'm in my 3rd year.
He says with a sort of tinge of sadness.
Yeah, somber in the voice.
I mean, it's interesting because we've been able to come to a stadium with quite a new track as well, but you will have raced also potentially at Chelmsford last year.
Yes, yeah.
Just wondering whether you would have raced at Bedford or not for BUCS.
Not for BUCS. I've raced at Bedford before.
Which is quite a popular track with athletes. It tends to be because it's reasonably fast.
Yeah, it's fast. Conditions are normally good. There doesn't tend to be much wind. There's a lot of tree coverage on the back. So, yeah, I I'm fairly indifferent of Bedford. It's a very, very good track. I think the events tend to bring out the best in the athletes. Big events go there.
Yeah, interesting. So, just looking at the lineup here, and the athletes are pretty much ready to settle into their blocks. So this track previously relayed, the British Championships held here, and there will be again next month. We're focusing now on the BUCS Championships for 2023 here at Sports City, also known as Manchester's regional arena, just behind the Etihad, as we were saying. Thankfully, Manchester City haven't got a match today. Can you imagine the chaos if they did? But they compete away from home this weekend. So Edward, then Potty, Coyne, Lewis, Shigagi, Maggs, Adegoke and Foster. Ethan Potty, the one to watch out for here for sure. Scottish athletes. He won the Scottish Universities Championships and also Scottish Indoors over 60 metres. Very consistent indoor season. In fact, 12 runs that were sub 7 seconds. Lifetime best of 10:57. So just settling now into those blocks. Again, big difference in times, 10.5 all the way to 12.2. And Ethan Potty well away from his competitors here. Sheffield Hallam's Elijah Lewis in second, 10.74 on the clock. Well, Evan, another really solid run, and to be honest, when we get to the end of these heats, it's going to be hard to kind of separate and see who might be contenders.
Yeah, definitely 6 slowest qualifiers, fastest qualifiers. Very powerful running style from Ethan Potty there.
Yeah, served him fairly well. He looked strong at the indoors, but can be challenging over 60 metres, really, when you have so many close competitors. So that leads us on to heat number 7 then coming up. So in heat number 7 we will have Wojtek Berger of Portsmouth, Durham's Ayomida Eluyera, Clinton Abijiaku of Kent, Kelvin Ntitana of Swansea, Joel Ogunfemi of Coventry, Ollie Clark of Sheffield and Finlay Waugh of Glasgow Caledonian. So we look on the screen at what looks like the Birmingham contingent. Did Durham have any particular rivalries as such with any universities?
So we competed in the Steel Cup, which is the Northern Unis.
Ah, yes.
So I guess that's the closest we have to our rivals.
Newcastle, maybe?
Not much competition with Newcastle. Different distances, different strengths. Yeah, I guess Sheffield would be our closest main rival.
Yeah, the Steel Cup was quite an impressive. I mean, it's been around for a few years, I believe, but maybe quite prominent this year, and was a really good warm-up for the indoors.
Definitely. Yeah, we had some great performances there. There were some great performances overall. Some fast 200s. I think 21.2 was the fastest 200 that day, and some solid performances over all distances as well.
And then this year it seemed that again quite commonly, the Loughborough Open before BUCS was a good sort of warm-up for a number of athletes, a few setting PBs as well. Incorporated the 10,000 metres as well, because it's quite tough to fit every single event that fits within the track and field umbrella into one weekend. Some quite long days of action, but glad to bring you as much of it as possible. Of course, we'll focus on some field action as well in between gaps between some of these events. And we are just waiting for the athletes to come back to the start line for the start of heat number 7. You're watching live coverage of the first day of action here from Manchester, the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships. Potentially a couple of athletes who do not start. It looks like no athlete in lane 4 or 6. So Berger, Eleyera, Obijaku, Tanner, Clark and War. So 3 athletes in this on the start line, faster than 11 seconds. Kelvin N.T. Tanner of Swansea, white and green is one of them. And Finlay War of Glasgow Caledonian in the blue nearest the camera is another. No Joel Ogunfemi though, he doesn't start. Unless there's been a bit of a redraw. So let's see how they go here, expecting N.T. Tanner of Swansea to do well and Finlay War on the outside, and those are the 2 that are impressing the most here. War from Tanner in 10.81. So reflecting back on the times, 10.7, 10.8. Quite consistent in terms of a finishing heat time for our top athletes. So yeah, I would guess that around 11.1 might be the sort of time that you'd be looking at for a time qualifying spot.
Very quick for the heats.
Yeah, and I suppose reflective of the fact that the wind is around plus 1.7.
They're not, they're outside. You can see their tent. They've come out
They have a
to enjoy the
stand inside
sunshine.
as well.
And I
They have
already
a
see
stand
there's a
inside
queue
as
there.
well.
Excellent.
So what is this last BUCS competition, although you can't necessarily say that because you may end up popping up doing a Masters or something like that. But
Yeah, that
what
may
are you
happen.
trying to savour from this event? What are you trying to get out of it?
That's a very good question. I think that's not one I've answered yet. I think I just want to come out here and compete and do the best we can. We've got a lot of relay runners this year, so we've stacked the relays in case we have some pullouts. It'd be nice to get a team out there for at least the 4x1 or the 4x4.
I see. So how does that process work then? Do you sort of figure out who might be in the squad, and then nearer the time you come to settle, potentially you might put all the kind of, if there's people who could do both, you might say, okay, looks like we would have better potential in one of those 2 relays, and we might, if we can't do both, we'll try and do one of them?
That's what happens. I think the strategy we're going for is we've put in as many people as possible. We're going to try and get through the heats with a solid team, but I don't think the fastest team we can put out, because we'll have some 800 runners, have some 400 runners who want to run. But then again, we'll focus on their individual races. So again, the strategy is get through the heats as best we can, and then assess the situation once we're there. Who's in the final, who's not. We need to tailor it to individuals' needs.
Absolutely. You do sometimes see people doing the 4x1 and the 4x4 in the same team, for the same team back to back, which is supremely impressive, but rare. This is heat number 8 then, with Cameron Jones of Bangor, Sikiru Onigbanjo of Nottingham, Cardiff Met's Femi Akinbobola, Jack Brown Schofield of Salford, not too far away for them to travel for sure. Royal Holloway, it's Aidan Kellett, Adedamola Ajayi of St Mary's, Darian Moore of Birmingham, and Chimi Ndukwu of Warwick in this. So Darian Moore, the Midlands 100 metre bronze medalist, one of the top athletes in this. Another DNS looks to be in lane 5, so potentially no Aidan Kellett of Royal Holloway. Darian Moore then, lifetime best of 10.61. Quite a lot of athletes on PBs around that 10.4 to 10.6 mark, around the first dozen up to that point. And, well, we've already seen David Morgan Harrison, Korede Awe, Emmanuel Jury Homer, John Jesse, Tyler Panton, Ethan Potty, Finlay War, all going through. So whose turn is it next? Will it be Darian Moore, who is one of 2 athletes in this who've run sub-11? The other is Sikiru Onigbanjo of Nottingham in lane 2. So now underway with Darian Moore doing well from lane 7. Onig Banjo in second place, and in fact it's closer than I thought it would be on that line. 10:78 on the clock.
All very even out of the blocks there on that one.
Yeah, possibly the closest that we've seen for that victorious spot. However, we know that the top 2 will go through automatically. So if you just joined us, we are 8 heats in to the men's 100 metres. Having had the 1500 metres a little earlier on, we'll have women's 100 to come as well. 400 metre hurdles. Evan Blackman from Durham University, the indoor champion over 200, is with me. Anything else that you're particularly excited about? Any events this weekend, perhaps because you have friends or university colleagues in them?
So in general, I'd say I'm very excited for the 800. There's a big lineup on the 800. I've got Charles Crick from the team, Charlie Crick.
He's among the top few ranked, yeah.
It's going to be a solid competition. I always find the 800s exciting, especially the last 200 as a 200 runner myself.
I think it's something special within BUCS particularly as well, because you get real good reaction of the crowd. You get kind of this willingness to for everyone to come through in the last 200 metres, and they can't all occupy the first spots at the finish. So, yeah, you get a real roller coaster coming through in the last lap or so, last 200. And someone like Jamie Webb, who's in the 1500 this weekend, has ended up first as a result. And he's also ended up last as a result, you know. So, and it just goes to show that even an athlete with real quality, when you end up in that kick with 200 to go, that it can be a bit of an equaliser and can produce some fascinating results. So that's definitely something to watch out for here. We're looking now at heat number 9 of 13. So we've got Sebastian Hughes of University of the West of England, Strathclyde's Chin Hin Leung, Sean Anyogu of Loughborough. So one of the top ranked athletes here. I make it that he is 5th ranked. He was the England under-20 60 metre indoor bronze medalist. 10:51 is lifetime best. And then Ezekiel Akinsola of Middlesex, Thomas White of Cardiff, Alistair Radford of Exeter, Cole Milne of Stirling, and Harry Williams of Huddersfield. So it's a bit of a common theme that 2 athletes, or 2 or 3, have gone sub-11 in the past. And, yeah, maybe just reflecting a little bit more on the kind of differences in quality. There'll be some athletes for whom BUCS is the best competition that they do, both in terms of the atmosphere and the level. And so to be part of that, with people who go on to the Olympic Games and already have won medals at the Commonwealth Games, is hugely quite special, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's great. You get everyone that tends to come out. As you said, Jamie Webb. I think we had Jess Judd last year. So, brings great athletes. I think it's a great chance to run with some people who are extremely quick, or it's a good season opener where you can put in some good performances again against some great athletes. So it suits everyone.
Yeah, and it is a season opener for quite a few athletes, including Ben Patterson, who will be in that 1500 metres. We saw him qualify quite comfortably earlier as well. And yeah, what better to put in a strong performance and get some experience of championship racing in April/May, which we'll go into by the time we get to Bank Holiday Monday. Everyone always asks you, what are you doing on the bank holiday? You know, fancy doing something about, well, I'm busy. It's the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships, in case you didn't know. So, let's have a look then. This lineup, which we've read through, and I believe all the athletes are there that we were expecting. Or I tell a lie, actually, because 8 lanes are used this time, and we only have 7 there. So, no Harry Williams of Huddersfield. Cole Milne in the green of Stirling there, nearest to camera in 7. So Hughes, Leung, Anyogu, Akinsola, White, Radford, and Milne. Anyogu looking pretty relaxed there from lane 3. And we are heading into the first afternoon of these championships. We've already seen plenty of Loughborough heat winners across all events. So settling into those blocks. Finishing touches before the start of this race. Eyes down at the track. Hughes, Lung, Anyogu, Akinsola, White, Radford, Milne. So Anyogu with a decent start. Got a bit of work to do to get away from Thomas White, which he does so now. Looking over at the clock, 10:68. Well, for a very brief split second, the clock stopped at 10 dead, in fact. But 10:68 then coming up after that. That will be one of the faster heats that we've seen so far, and I'm sure there's more to come from him as well. So we've concluded 9 out of 13 of these heats, and the wind slightly lesser there. I think it was plus 0.7 meters per second. By the way, you can see results will start to come through on the Roster Athletics app. So these 100 metres continuing will be followed by the women's 100 from 12:50. Men's 400 metre hurdles from 1:40, followed by women's. Then 800 from 2:25 and 400 flat from 3:50. And then 100 metre semi-finals from 5:30. In the field, we will have the women's Discus A final at 12:35 and men's javelin final 4:20 at the same time as the men's shot put, for which we've seen qualification this morning. So that could be another close one to watch out for. So next heat will be heat number 10 of 13. The athletes aren't yet out. Evan Blackman joins me from Durham University. Evan, just tell us a little bit about your journey. First of all, how you got started in athletics.
So it started back when I was 8 or 9 years old, and my mum used to train when she was younger, so she took me to the local track, and I'm not 100% sure why I carried on, but I just did. And I think as I progressed, then we had school competitions, which is always a nice motivation to compete with your friends, and then the English schools program and the pathways through there, that's a good motivator. And they always say between the ages of 16 plus is when the biggest dropout rate occurs. I think it's 60% or so. So I always found, though, the British athletics performance pathways, those kind of situations tend to keep athletes in, and they're great. I also think that being patient with your training and staying focused on what you really want and not trying to graft out results too quickly, because that's when injuries occur. It's when I tore my left hamstring, then my right hamstring, and then I realised that it's just patience and it takes a long time to build up, so there's no point rushing.
Oh, fascinating point, yes, and that is a big focus, certainly, of the governing bodies as to why athletes do drop out at that age. I mean, there are some obvious factors, including the pressures of studying, GCSEs and A-levels, and general other interests. It's something that you will have started at a younger age, so you're naturally moving on, and not everyone keeps the same interests generally, and a host of other reasons. But then comes the question of what can we do to try and keep people in the sport, and you mentioned some of the pathways. So I guess if there's I can see how I might be able to progress, or I can see how, even if I haven't set a PB over the last couple of years, how things might change, or I might actually trust the process and the coaching that things might change in a few years' time. Incentives is another one as well, prize checks and stuff like that. What can we do to encourage people who would be more likely to come 4th, 5th or 6th? And these are all important reasons. So your answer to how we can actually look at that statistic and then say how can we keep more of these people in the sport? Sorry.
Yeah, I think there's in football you have grassroots, you have teams, there's this big community, and there's a clear progression through to either a sort of stable income through a football job, and that works all the way up to the highest levels of success. And I think that Richard Kilty was talking recently about this and how he would reform or structure British athletics, UK athletics, along those lines. And I found it interesting because there doesn't seem to be much team building. University teams are brilliant, and then you have individual teams sponsored by kits and those kinds of things. But I think if there was a way to bring together athletes into some team where they trained under one roof, or received similar help and built a kind of media machine similar to how F1 operates, that I think would allow for more athletes to be brought up through the ranks. And
yeah, I mean, it's when you see people wearing kind of like very similar kits at the Diamond League circuit, you actually think, gosh, we're almost most of the way there, in terms of having teams led by some of the top sponsors in the sport. And if we could only sort of like just tap into that a little bit more, we might actually, the answer might be staring us in the face a little bit. And then it has sometimes been the case in other countries that they've had kind of like hubs for event, like a high jump hub or something like that, or long jump group that is the centre for it. That hasn't always been the case in the UK, but then you have had great training groups. So, you might have a great middle distance training group, under someone like Trevor Painter. And then you might have in Loughborough, of course, you do have a lot of events based there and groups based there. So, but not everyone wants to move to Loughborough, and that situation doesn't suit everyone. Not everyone's base is there. Of course, we've seen a lot more athletes moving to the US as well, which has been fascinating just to see how maybe people have been led by example on that. They've seen someone go to the US and produce a great performance, and that's factored into their thinking. So, I don't know whether that's something that you ever looked at or that people who've done that and why they did it.
so yeah, it was a consideration for undergraduate. Should I go to America? Should I stay in the UK? And I think the answer I came to was there's every way to improve, whether in the UK, whether you're in America. And I think it's how are you looking to improve? I was comfortable working in the UK with my coaches and know the training that I was doing here was progressing me where I wanted to. And again, it was a consideration as a postgrad, should I move to America, try and get training across there. But I think the circuit in the UK and the training that they have going on is strong, as long as you stay dedicated and focused. There are people who have far worse training facilities, conditions, equipment, who do far better than us. So I think it's more about mindset and focus than it is necessarily about training setups and equipment.
Yeah, there are many factors that combine to produce success and at various different rates as well. So let's take a look at the lineup for heat number 10. And we've got Marius Ball of Southampton, Jason Wu of Glasgow, American athletes, Carlos Ayau of Leicester, Roll Holloway's Alwaz Rahman, Matthew Clare of Bristol, Brighton's Bryn Smith, Victor Zhang of Plymouth, and Daniel Brooks of Cardiff. Brighton, another purple vest, it seems, adding to our collection, illustrious purple vest collection. So Bryn Smith, another strong performer. Looks as though he might be one of very few to double up. More on that in a moment, because I think the whistle's about to go as to why maybe so few athletes have doubled up here. But Bryn Smith, expect to see him do well in this heat. He was 5th indoors last year over 200 and then won silver in 2019 outdoors over 200. So Smith going nicely from lane 6.
Very comfortable.
Comes across the line very close with Ball of Southampton in 10.94. The wind plus 2.0 metres per second. So that wasn't one of the faster heats that we've seen, but it was one of the closest. Yes, just reflecting on, because I was looking along the start list, and sometimes people enter for 2 events but don't end up taking the start line of both. Just looking at it though, David Morgan Harrison is entered for both, but Bryn Smith is as well. But apart from that, very few athletes doubling up. Any thoughts on why that might be? It could be a timetabling thing.
I think it's option value. I think Cameron Bailey as well, he's doubling up. He's in the 400,
Yeah.
but I think he's removed himself already from the 2. I think, again, it's just option value. It's do I want the option of being able to run the 2 if I mess up the race, get disqualified? I think it's also how you feel on the day. If you're feeling strong, if you're feeling confident, it might be a situation where you want to double up. Again, it's good to get as many athletes through as you can.
I suppose, yes, you're likely to have, especially in the sprint events, you will have 3 rounds, that's for certain. Whereas there are plenty of championships in which you'd have 2 rounds, and that could also be a factor in the thinking. Yeah, Jamie Webb did 800 and 1500 one year at BUCS, and he said he'd never do it again to have those 3 rounds. But credit to him, that was one of the most astonishing performances I've seen, because he was like he was in 11th place with like 1 lap to go, and managed to win. So that was some quite special stuff. But clearly, you're someone who enjoys the sport generally. What are you looking forward to this year? I suppose we've got a World Championships, but there'll always be surprises here or there. There are always athletes that we know that are likely to have good seasons and make the championships. But sometimes it's those who are just up and coming who make their first teams that I find myself getting most excited about. So I mean, what's to look forward to this year?
So the under-23 champs, that's for me where I see a lot of athletes sort of progress through. I'm trying to get myself in that team this year. British Athletics have published standards for the European under-23. So again, you see some names you've not seen before. You see some exceptional performances, some that could even put them at the chance of running at the World Champs. So, and then again, the World Champs produces exceptional athletes, and there's always a real scramble towards the champs when there's qualifiers, who's going to be in, who's not. And already this season we've had some solid performances from Zarnell Hughes and Mitchell Blake, I think, over the 200.
Yeah, it's interesting because sometimes someone will have their main aim, or at least outwardly, for the year to be the European under-23s, and then suddenly it ends up being a magical season, and they end up at the World Championship. So Zoe Clark would be an example of someone who did a rare BUCS victory, and then later in the year she was a world silver medalist in the relay. But yeah, that's quite an unusual sort of double, if you like. But it just so happened that there was PB after PB that season, starting off with BUCS in April/May. Under-23 age group is an unusual one because it's not in every kind of international federation, but it can be the highest level that some compete at, again similar with BUCS, but it can also be that gateway into that senior level. And there are some athletes who are kind of so special at such a young age, like Keely Hodgkinson, that she might bypass under-23 age group altogether. But yeah, that should be a really exciting championships. It's going to be in Finland this year, near Helsinki. So a great country with a wonderful tradition of athletics, where quite rare to think that athletics is just about pretty much the top sport, because they don't like football. They're not big football supporters like yourself, but they choose to have that huge passion for javelin, particularly. They even have their own way of holding the javelin above their heads. So yeah, to see a country so passionate, I'm sure it would be a brilliant event. We are looking now at the lineup for, if I haven't lost count, what will be the 11th heat of the men's 100. So Biziki, Hawkins, Kantenga, Sykes, Isiwe, Yates, Thorpe and Johnson all in this one. So this one a little bit harder to call potentially, but Adam Sykes and Joshua Hawkins both around 10.7 on lifetime bests. Again, a DNS looks like in lane 7, I'm going to say. So Hawkins and Sykes in lanes 2 and 4, both going well, as is a Seaway of Leeds. And it's those 3 coming through first, second and third, led by Hawkins of Chichester in 10.80. So that's sort of been the favourite time, around 10.8, and it leaves us with 2 heats to go. Have we learnt anything notable, do you think, from these 100-metre heats, apart from the fact that the wind is for now at quite a good level, the sort of level that you would want it at? And other than that, there's certainly more to come. You know, not everyone's emptied their locker as you'd expect at this point.
No, yeah, it's been very comfortable. That was a 2 metres per second wind, so just squeezed in a legal time there. I think it's similar pattern. 2 or 3 people push out hard, tend to move away from the field and then ease down towards the end. We've had some exceptions where the races have been close, but it seems to be the same pattern going on.
Well, it's been great to have you join us, if you happen to stay for these last 2 heats. Evan Blackman from Durham University. Any particular plans for the rest of the day then? Are you watching? Are you sort of maybe catching up with people as well? Because obviously, although you're part of Durham University, there'll be people that that are part of your club and that you would have competed against at other occasions.
I think the plan for today will just be to warm up and do a little move about, get the body moving, replicate a sort of race day warm up, make sure the body's feeling all okay, and then ensure the team is organised and stuff like that. I've got to make sure people are entered into the races, relays.
Do you have team captaincy or team role duties?
Yeah, so I'm the team captain along with Kira, and it's been pretty worry-free at the moment. There's not too. Our team's pretty small, so it's fairly easy. And then I guess we all need to head back and get an early night and get here nice and early for the racing tomorrow.
Yeah, and did you arrive last night or this morning? Or?
So yeah, we arrived last night. We found ourselves at a service station. That's where we managed to find accommodation with the match on this weekend. So, but it's, I mean, accommodation's accommodation. There's only so many things you can control for.
Yeah, funny because we were at a service station for BUCS Indoors, and the tricky thing is that you got to the motorway, you weren't sure which side of the motorway
Yes.
the service station was on, and if you got it wrong, you had to drive like another half an hour to get to the next junction and turn around. So yeah,
We dodged that one.
Yeah, well done. Especially around Manchester, with like 1,000 slip roads, it gets pretty complicated. It is, even when you got your sat nav on, it's impossible not to take a wrong turn driving around Manchester. So heat number 12, as the athletes just do their practice starts and get themselves moving. We've got Tanya Wong, the Thai athlete for King's College London. Oxford Brookes Arjun Banerjee, Tarek Wild of Manchester, Rennings Leo Tal, here we go, Chizute Ogbede of Cambridge, Brunel's Giovanni Seeley, George Asprey of Winchester, and Harvey Jeep of Kent. And, well, if we haven't name-checked universities, then they're probably going to come up in the 100 metres, because there's a real smattering of everywhere across the country. We were talking earlier about some of the obscure universities that people haven't heard of, trying to guess what they are based on abbreviations. One of them is AECC. Any idea?
AECC.
It is like a specialist radiotherapy and osteopathy college. That's a real obscure one. AECC College. Then one of my favourites as well is UHI. University of the Highlands and Islands, right all the way up in Scotland.
Travelled a long way.
There you go, yeah, educational. Let's have a look then. Tanya Wong, Banerjee, Wild, Tal, Ogbede, Silly, Asprey and Jupe. Heat number 12 of the men's 100. And DNS looks to be here in lane 2. Arjun Banerjee of Oxford Brookes. But all 7 other athletes ready to go. Well, perhaps too ready to go. Jumping out of the blocks, launching himself there was Winchester's George Ashby. So Giovanni Seeley should be the one to watch for here. Brunel man, who could be an important part of their relay team. That's another thing that I suppose we're getting an indicator of, who might be strong in the relay. And Brunel, we've already seen the likes of Tyler Panton. Might have Jason Kalala, who could be one of your competitors in the 200. Giovanni Seeley in the 100 here. Loughborough always strong in the relays, but men's 100 isn't one of their strongest competitions. They're stronger in the 400 potentially. It's definitely always have been on the women's side in the 4x4, with the likes of Jess Turner and Jessie Knight, who've gone on to GB senior representation. So Seeley in lane 6, powering through and down this straight, chased by Ogbede, but here comes Wild of Manchester to win this in 10.66. So I make that a lifetime best for Wild. And that was hugely impressive then, plus 1.1 metres per second. And a bigger margin of victory than we're expecting. So although we haven't been keeping across this super firmly, that may be the first lifetime best in these heats. So someone who really wants to set out his stall early on, perhaps.
Yeah, that was a very impressive performance. And it was only a 1.1 wind as well, so much less than the other races, except the first few. So great run from him.
Do you ever look at times when you set windy performances and think, okay, so I know maybe that's where I'm at because that roughly would have been this, where it wind adjusted? Or, you know, because I see more and more, I seem to say people saying, oh, wind adjusted, that would have been this. And I'm like, well, but that's not the way it is, you know?
No, it's really impossible to tell. Sometimes the wind can even throw you off if it's too strong. It can mess up with your stride and sort of how you run around the bend, especially in the 200. So I guess it's very nice to say, oh, if I hadn't had this, then this would have happened. But I think it's best to just stick with what happened. He ran a good time, accept that it was with a wind, and try and do it again without the wind.
Yeah, the counterpoint, I think, is if it happens during your career, you look back at the end of your career and say, I ran 9.99, but it was windy. Had I had lesser wind on that particular day, you know, that things might have been just different. But otherwise, yeah, race by race, I think it's very difficult to go based on that. People have sometimes said, and it was said last year, why can't we run the other way when there's a strong wind in the athlete's faces? Well, there's very few tracks in the country that are set up to do that, where you could have that with photo finish and with start finish lines. That would be ideal, but a coach made this point as well. In the hopefully rare occasion where you have a windy race, your body is learning what it's like to, let's say, run at top speed and to be influenced by the wind, which is quite important part of learning athletics and learning racecraft generally as a sprinter.
Definitely. And talking of wind and this track as well, we had the 100-metre final of the UK champs with Azu and Prescott, and they dropped both below 10 seconds. That was with wind. So I guess you could argue that the wind has strong influence on performance or not, because Reece Prescott's a sub-10 runner without wind, Azu not quite yet, but almost there. So I guess it just varies, and it's also to do with how your body is on the day.
Yeah, that's a point for food for thought as well. And in any case, sometimes, you know, if it's a hugely impressive time, it's your fastest time in all conditions as well. Well, this leads us on to heat number 13. Top 2 going through automatically once again. Top 6 non-automatic qualifiers. There's spots available for them across all 13 heats. So Pierre Walker of King's College, Manchester's Abraham Oraken, Akin Akinbo of Loughborough, East Anglia's Tom Cooney, Tyreek Njiroje of Plymouth, Liverpool John Moore's Cameron Oakes, Sam Brudney of UAE, University of the West of England, and Matthew Harris of Durham. So I think we've had a couple of Durham athletes in these 100 metres, and your team is small, so I'm presuming that you know them reasonably well.
Yeah, they're both good mates. They're both great runners, very dedicated. Excited to see see what Matt can do. I haven't seen him in a while. He's been away, so
Yeah, quite a few athletes have been warm weather training. I mean, that's one reason why he might be away. There's plenty of reasons, but yeah, I've certainly seen that more athletes than ever these days seem to take the opportunity to do warm weather training. It's not just an elite thing, you know. It's something where can be organised by all sorts of training groups and indeed individuals. So we may in fact have all 8 athletes here, which is great to see. So Walker, Orekan, Akinbo, Gurney, and Joroche, Oakes, Brudney and Harris. So they're all settled into their blocks. Heat number 13 of the men's 100 metres. So watch out for Akinbo and Harris, same lifetime bests, and they are the two well away and clear here. Akinbo from Harris just 10.90, so not too far away from that 10.8 that seems to be coming up time and time again. I think Matthew Harris would be pretty pleased with that. It's less than 2/10 of his lifetime best as well. And I imagine you'd be pretty happy with that too as a captain.
yeah, it's a great run from Matt. Kept himself nice and comfortable. I think he's also got himself down in the 200 as well, so he's another one of the doubling up athletes.
Yeah, well, if he does, it will potentially count towards points as well, which is something that you'll look out for, I presume, in the overall tables at the end. So that's the voice of Evan Blackman. It's been great to have you join us for these 100 heats. And, yeah, interesting to hear your thoughts as well. But most of all, how you're kind of just relaxed and going with the flow today before you properly get your head into race modes. But I suppose this competition is something that we mentioned the word savour, but you'll want to really enjoy this BUCS, won't you? Whether you do come back again or not. But you know, to take up this atmosphere and how, particularly when we come to finals day, there'll be raucous cheers as the athletes get underway, and I suppose that's something that you'll thrive upon.
Definitely, it's a special place.
Thanks very much for joining us, and best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you very much for having me.
So we have seen in the women's discus, Kira Maxwell, the reigning Scottish University champion, waiting for a PB of 44.03. The best so far, we believe, 43.43.
You're watching the first day of action at the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships for 2023. We're here in Manchester's regional arena, Sports City, And we've already seen men's and women's 1500 metre heats that kicked off this morning, 10:30 sharp. 100 heats for the men. Looks like the women are just heading towards the start line now. We had women's triple jump qualification earlier. Men's shot put qualifying for their final that comes up at 20 past 4 later on. And women's Discus B final. So a few field events separated into A and B finals. So not quite the same knockout qualification rounds through to a medal battle, but it means that the athletes in the A final will be centrally battling for the medals. Of course, we sometimes have it, and I don't think it will be the case in the discus, but we have a 5,000 metre B final and A final where sometimes, if you haven't done a 5,000 for a while, you might end up in the B final, but because of best performance based on seeding, because that's the most sensible way to do it really across the last couple of seasons. But yeah, you might end up having a real fast time respective to the 5,000, which is also in that A final potentially going to be a kg tactical race, and if the other is run faster, then we can see, but different with the discus and the throws. Javelin is the same, potentially pole vault too later in the weekend.
Vegan protein water. Wow.
That's how it stays so
Is
huge
that
all year round.
informed sport tested, or
Well,
are you
they've
actually
given it
just
to me here, so I
doing
hope so.
drugs right now?
I'm just taking, it's basically a trend, isn't it?
Yeah.
Only from a so what is there something well, the thing is, my main assumption of the whole paper is that without these trade disintegration events, trade will remain the same. So because COVID was disrupted, I just don't know which orbit to put. Should I say
We've done in the discus, we've done the England defending champion for 46.72. Under 23 and senior international, that's the European Throwing Cup.
I don't
The
know.
European Under 25
Good.
Cup in 2021.
Had a great sleep. Had a great sleep in.
We believe that is the
It was like
leading
7:15, 2.5 hours. I told Matt. I told Matt that I was like, so I either go down to Knots and I travel for 2.5 hours the day I'm competing at 7 a.m. and he was like, it was like I shot someone in front of him. It was. He was like. So I was like, okay. Yeah, I'm good. Ready. I had some good sessions to be fair at home. Really good. Expecting a. I know it sounds obscure now, but yeah.
So heat number 1 for the women's 100 metres. Ellie Loworth of Edge Hill, Stirling's Rachel Lorimer, Erin Williams of Robert Gordon, Phoebe Card of Cardiff Met. That works nicely. Deanne Walker of Birmingham, Manchester's Lauren Walker, and Alicia McLeod of Newcastle. So 2 walkers in this race, but 7 runners about to take to the start of the women's 100. So Deanna Walker has had a few injury issues over the last few years, but another of those very experienced at this particular level. Didn't make it through to the final at BUCS Indoors this year, but she was a silver medalist the year before. winning the title for Middlesex back in 2018 outdoors. So looking to replicate that sort of performance, which was done in Bedford, here in Manchester.
Water for 3, coal for 2. Long jump. I'm too scared to
So not quite as many as the 13 heats that we saw
I've got 2 weeks to
for the
watch
men.
and have to decide by tomorrow if I'm doing long or short.
As we look at these 7 athletes on the start line here. Looks to be that there are 8 heats of the women's 100.
I didn't last year.
Deani Walker certainly the standout name as mentioned. 11:45 her lifetime best
But I'm now a senior.
from 2017, but she has run 11:49 last year, so that performance was at the International Flanders meeting in Oudegem in Belgium.
Is Faber around? Or is she gone? Faber.
So far this year she's just done a single 100 metres, 11:81. That was in Gainesville, Florida. The Tom Jones Memorial meeting 2 weeks ago. Don't worry, it's a different Tom Jones to which you're potentially thinking of. The Welsh singer still very much alive. So she's the only athlete that's gone sub 12 seconds, so expecting this to be straightforward. But generally speaking, we do have 2 spots available automatically for those semi-finals, and then 8 qualifying positions available across the 8 heats. So 8 among 8. Quite easy to remember, just like it was 6 out of 6 heats in the women's 1500. So looking to go through to the semi-finals, which will take place this evening at 5 to 6. And then the final, if they can make it, will be 12:45 tomorrow. Some of these athletes might also be involved in the relay, and that will be tomorrow evening, the heats, 5:15. And then the final concluding our action on Monday towards the latter end of the 3rd day here at the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships. So Lowath, Lorimer, Williams, Card, Deani Walker, Lauren Walker and McLeod. Heat number 1 of the women's 100 metres. So Deani Walker from lane 5 as the crowd noise rises, with Rachel Lorimer battling for that 2nd spot. 11:86 for Deani Walker, so close to her season's best this year. Lorimer is also through to the semi-finals. Women's Discus A final, so we believe that the leading throw is 46.72 from Taya Tunstall, who's a European under-20 finalist a couple of years ago.
move now to heat 2 of the 8, through 100 and running 1. Representing base 2, heat 2, Farmer, heat 2. Representing Upper, we welcome her at the indoors to Jamaica athlete, a world championship for 400 silver medalist, and World University Games 200 meter bronze medalist, Discus Dallas. In lane 3, representing Middlesex University,
Over to heat number 2 of the women's 100 metres. So once again, heat number 2 of 8. And in this one we have Caris Farmer of Edge Hill, Khadisha Dallas of Loughborough. So really interesting athlete here. Someone who was a Jamaican youth international. You may, if you were watching the BUCS indoors, recall her from then. 11:47 her lifetime best from 2014. She ran 11:53 in 2021. And previously was a World University Games medalist 8 years ago in the 200 metres, where she finished 3rd. And then the year before that, at the World Under-20 Championships in Donetsk in Ukraine, she was a silver medalist in the 4x100 metres. So Dallas part of the Loughborough team, and we are seeing a few exciting international competitors involved. Shelby Erdier is another one we saw in the triple jump. I believe we'll have Raquel Chernagle, the Canadian, in the women's 400 metres. Ellie Pavliv, also Canadian, in the men's shot put. So, yes, welcome to potentially viewers around the world as a result. Tina Lewis of Middlesex, Amelia Hart of Bath Spa, Shakanya Ossahon of Nottingham, Freya Cowan of Glasgow, and Sian Williams of Bedfordshire. So this is heat number 2 of the women's 100 metres. So heat 2 of 8 now underway. Khadisha Dallas having this all her own way down this straight. Freya Cowan second. 11:95 on the clock, and that is the first wind that is over 2.0 metres per second, which is quite interesting. So the wind gradually increasing over the last 45 minutes or so.
We're just about to take our first presentation, and this presentation is for our ambulance discus relay. Our bronze medalist from BUCS University, Abigail Bird. Our silver medalist from Birmingham University, Nicola Oko. And our gold medalist for Rugby University, BUCS champion outdoors for 2023, Freya Norgate.
So that's the lineup for heat number 3. Having seen Khadisha Dallas winning her heat just a moment ago for Loughborough. Before that, Diani Walker for Birmingham. So Ecker, Kofi, Bell, Lister, Duru, Davis and Hill. Leeds, Brunel, Edinburgh, Loughborough, Warwick, Staffordshire and University of Central Lancashire. So Alison Bell, the European Under-20 gold medalist in the relay in 2021, perhaps the standout athlete in this heat number 3. There was a really good battle last year, over 100. It was pretty much a wide open race, as hopefully it will become the final. Aaliyah Sibbons winning last year for Bath. Alison Bell then taking silver, and Leonie Ashmead the bronze medal. Ashmead also winning silver indoors this year. So Bianca Eckert, Spanish athlete for Leeds. Kiama Kofi of Brunel, who seem to have real strength in depth in these sprints. Alison Bell of Edinburgh, her personal best, some 0.6 of a second and more above the competition that she faces here. Jessica Lister of Loughborough, Jasmine Duru Warwick, Sydney Davis Staffordshire, and Tyler Hill of UClan. So Bell with a terrific start, and very much will be pleased with this gap. So 11.70, and this time the wind is perfectly fine, as Kofi and Lister were battling for that second place. It was pretty close between the two of them. Lister, who's I believe one of the Loughborough training group, coached by Joe McDonnell, who of course led through Amy Hunt so well a few years ago now. So next will be heat number 4 of 8. So results for the track coming through quite quickly on the Roster Athletics app. Just waiting for them to come up from the last heat, but you can see there for heat number 2, Dallas from Cowan automatically making it. That was a windy performance. And then Walker, you just saw in the previous heat, from Lorimer, 11.87 from 12.28. Heat number 4 then right on cue with Amy Wiggins of Newcastle, Hallam's Leonie Ashmead, who'll be the one to watch here, Kirsty Tregolone of Cardiff Met, Charlene McIntosh Walcott of UCB, University College Birmingham, Liverpool's Lucy Woodward, Jersey athlete, Ebony White of Bristol, and Kudzi Garikai of East Anglia in lane 8. So Leonie Ashmead ranked second in this competition overall for women's 100. She was the bronze medalist last year outdoors. She went one better with second place in February indoors. Last week she equalled her 11.60 lifetime best, but as a windy performance. But as we were saying with Evan, you can't really think about wind adjusted times. I suppose you just take from that you are in pretty good shape if you're equaling your PB if the wind was over 2.0 metres per second, and it being only April. So Ashmead then from lane 2, similar sight to which we saw with Kadisha Dallas from that inside lane, coming away very, very strongly. Kirsty Tregolone follows her, 11.66. And that is a pretty impressive time for a heat here, you'd have to say. Interestingly, only a few athletes have ever run sub 12 seconds, and I reckon we'll see 1 or 2 PBs here potentially even in these heats, so we'll have a look out for that. And here is the result of heat number 3. Alison Bell winning that one, as we saw, and it was Jessica Lister who got there ahead of Kiyama Kofi. Only just, as you can see, 0.02 of a second in it. So Alison Bell then, again, one of that few who have gone sub 12, 11.57 her PB. So, realistically, Kadisha Dallas, Leonie Ashmead, Bell and Walker among those that we've seen already, the likely medal contenders. Let's see who else can join that particular party. This is Alexandra Baltazar Hall of Loughborough in the discus. We are in the 5th round here. Can give you a result, by the way, from the women's ambulant discus, which we saw earlier. Freya Howgate winning the title from Ndidi Oko of Birmingham and Abigail Birch of Bucks New University. So those are our first medals that have been handed out in that order. We're looking at the athletes who'll be part of heat number 5, and I believe the big news from this heat is that Ellie Booker will not be part of it. So Booker, who was one of the athletes who was sub 12 seconds, is not starting. So a shame for her, but an opportunity for someone else to make it through to the semi-finals. So Lois Garland, Louisa Stoney, Alexandra Clark, Deborah Fagbemi, and a gap to Stephanie Robertson and Fahmida Ahmed. Deborah Fagbemi going nicely here. Alexandra Clark on her inside. Well, Lois Garland is going to come away with this one from Louisa Stoney of Cardiff. 12:06 on the clock. So that should be a lifetime best. And I said there might be a few of them for Lois Garland. Unofficially, certainly anyway. The athlete who won the Scottish student title indoors over 200 metres. Looking here at Precious Hamilton of Derby throwing, and throwing around 40 metres in this final round of the women's discus. So keep eyes on the scoreboard just to the outside of the circle. 38.64 for Hamilton in the final round. So next in is Zara Acton of Brunel. So of course in the discus, after 3 rounds, they will change the competition order from 8th to 1st. So Acton throwing here, similar sort of distance. So will this be around 39 metres or better? Having a look at this measurement for Acton, which has come up as 37.79. Just goes to show you should always wait until the measurement comes up. So that the result from the previous heat. Lois Garland from Louisa Stoney, those two, and looks like the first 3 all got lifetime bests. Heat number 6 with Ashante Graham of Birmingham, Amy Walsh of Exeter, Hayley Brown of Stirling, Aaliyah Sibbons of Bath, so the defending champion, Amy Garrick of Durham, Rachel Bennett of Manchester Met, Sadie Graham Mulvaney of Oxford Brookes, and Mokchoyin Karen of East Anglia. So now underway, and again a good chorus of noise Aaliyah Sibbons closely battling with Rachel Bennett, but Sibbons is going to take it in 11.71. That's the first time we've had a minus wind in these heats that I can recall. But that's all Sibbons needs to do. She's through, she won her heat, and she's through to the semi-finals along with Rachel Bennett of Manchester Met.
Just been told that there's an additional entrance to the indoor arena, the changing room door, which is about 20 metres shy of the 100-metre finish, or the finish line. So there's another entrance. You don't have to be walking past me. I don't know if you want to, because you can enter the other side of the time you start the line.
So looking here at the last few throws in the discus competition, and that was a big one closer to the 50-metre mark. So 44 metres and 3 coming up. This is Zara Obama-Kinwa, another who, along with Tyre Tunstall, was at the European Under-20 Championships in 2021. The wind definitely picking up inside the stadium. So it looks like the discus competition here has come to an end, so we will await the results coming through on the roster Athletics app.
So the winning out for the penultimate heat of the 100 metres, lining up in lane 1, representing Sheffield University, the reigning Northern Under-20 champion, Professor William Stewart. In 2, from Durham University, Charlotte Rickey. In 3, representing Portsmouth University, Hannah Reid. In 4, from East Anglia University, Selena Grace. In 5, representing the University of Central Lancashire, Tara Kenyon. Then in 6, representing Birmingham University, the reigning Midlands Under-20 champion, Marion Waffles. In 7, from Middlesex University, Isia Biddy. And in 8, completing the lineup from the University of Western England, we have Holly Watts-Lynch.
So the lineup here for heat number 7 of 8, as you can see, once again top 2 going through automatically to the semi-finals, and then 8 time qualifiers across all heats. Acacia Williams-Hewitt of Sheffield, Durham's Charlotte Rigby, Hannah Reid of Portsmouth, Serena Grace of East Anglia, Tara Kenyon, the Gibraltar athlete from University of Central Lancashire. Madeline Wapples of Birmingham, Middlesex's Alicia Bebby, and Holly Watts-Lynch of University of the West of England. Serena Grace one to watch out for here. Indoors had a great season. 7:59 for 60 metres, breaking her county record at the UK Indoors, a 30-year-old record. So a good year already for her. So penultimate heat here. Watch out for Grace from lane 4. Who else might feature? Let's have a look. Madeline Wapples going well for Birmingham. Serena Grace just in front of her, very close between these two as Wapples comes through, in fact. So 12:01, and the wind just ebbing and flowing at this point, but a strong wind there to come through for Wapples, and both of them of course go through to the semis.
That's on the steps, that's beyond the finish line.
Come on, Ed. Come on.
And that is a great moment. Madeline Wapples, after winning her heat, gets a big hug from all of her teammates. And that's just a good explanation of why people love coming to BUCS. The team spirit that we've been talking about in what can often be an individual sport. Very much a collective here. There's Luke Gunn, who's heading up the Birmingham team. And, of course, that's just the heat victory. Madeline Wapples, I'm sure, has ambitions to make the final, but also be part of the relay team and hopefully maybe winning a medal there. This is the result from heat number 6, and it's demonstrating what we were saying about how few athletes are sub 12 seconds. You can see there the gap. So it may be that as a result, actually the interesting battle is both for the medals among those top athletes, and then those who make the final will kind of squeeze into those maybe 2 places and be super glad for it, and maybe will have set big PBs along the way. And sometimes as a result of being in one of the fastest races that you've ever been in, you set those big PBs. So there'll be some athletes really hoping to break 12 seconds for the first time this weekend, and for whom the circumstances and hopefully the wind conditions as well, which have been good so far, will be suitable for them to do just that. We're heading into the final heat of 8 then of the women's 100. It will feature Pippa McCarthy of Exeter, Glasgow's Tamsin Foley, Ebony Carr of Loughborough, so she is for sure the standout here, Zoe Dake of Nottingham, Cambridge's Jessica Poon, Rebecca Matheson, who was part of the Scotland squad at the Commonwealth Games, where she ran the 4x100 metre relay, Janae Darko of Coventry, and Ella Francis of Manchester. So 11.91 and 11.93, Rebecca Matheson and Ebony Carr. But just as I say that, been informed that Rebecca Matheson does not start, which is a shame. However, does mean that Ebony Carr expected to be the standout, and Carr, another of those with a fairly distinguished BUCS career individually and in the relay as well. 2 times BUCS medalist individually, She won the bronze outdoors in Bedford in 2019, and then a year later indoors in Sheffield, the same colour medal. So she'll want to try and go higher than that. Lifetime best of 11.65. She's run 11.81 this year, and quite a few of the times, in fact, from that Loughborough Open last weekend. A warm-up for a number of these athletes, not least the Loughborough team. Quite a few of those times were windy. But yes, we've already seen Kadisha Dallas, Leonie Ashmead, Diani Walker, Alison Bell, Aaliyah Sibbons, and now a chance for Ebony Carr. Carr from 3 for Loughborough, being chased down by Zoe Dake on her outside. And a wonderful lead. Look at that, a triangle formation of the whole field here as Carr comes through in 11.82, almost still there at the wind. Well, it doesn't feel still in the stadium, but plus 0.1 metres per second coming up there. So the next event is going to be 1:40 on the track. So a bit of a pause in proceedings until 1:40, where the next action will take place. Welcome to the Chelmsford Sports and Athletics Centre for the 2022 BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championship. Coming through, Ashmead challenging. Wow, that is almost impossible to call. To push on through this bend and down into the home straight.
We might see records get broken.
So this is the real battle now that's yet to be decided. Isabel Bonby breaks luck of determination in the women's 4x4 to take gold. This annual flagship event, marking the 10-year anniversary since the start of BUCS Nationals. Always no shortage of colour, drama, excitement and names to watch out for as university students from across the UK battle for glory and bragging rights.
He is powering his way to the wall. Is he going to be enough?
Things are about to heat up a little bit.
They're all coming back in the closing stages. Oh, what a finish that was. It's a new BUCS record. She will take the goal.
Was it ever in doubt? But they're pretty much neck and neck here on this second leg. So tight, shoulder to shoulder. Trying to get alongside.
Looks like it's between these four for the medals.
She's going to bring them home. It's going to be gold.
Shot for shot now, into the finish. Where's this one going to go?
Brunel come home to defend their title.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Messi in the year London. I've chat to all.
welcome to the Chelmsford Sports and Athletics Centre for the 2022 BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championship. Bell coming through, Ashmead challenging. Wow, that is almost impossible to call. To push on through this bend and down into the home straight.
We might see records get broken.
So this is the real battle now that's yet to be decided. Isabel Bonby breaks record determination in the women's 4x4 to take gold. And this annual flagship event, marking the 10-year anniversary since the start of BUCS Nationals, always no shortage of colour, drama, excitement and names to watch out for as university students from across the UK battle for glory and bragging rights.
He is powering his way to the wall. Is he going to be enough?
Things are about to heat up a little bit.
They're all coming back in the closing stages. Oh, what a finish that was. It's a new BUCS record. She will take the goal.
Was it ever in doubt? But they're pretty much neck and neck here on this second leg. So tight, shoulder to shoulder. Trying to get alongside.
Looks like it's between these four for the medals.
She's going to bring them home. It's going to be gold.
Shot for shot now, into the finish. Where's this one going to go?
Brunel come home to defend their title.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Messi in the year London. I've chat to all.
very shortly. We will come to the first of 3 heats in the men's 400 metre hurdle. And progressing to the final, the first 2 in each of the heats qualify automatically. Those 6 athletes will be joined by the 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers. So in lane 1, representing Northumbria University, Joseph Turnbull. Lane 2, DNS. Lane 3, representing Loughborough University, is Lockwood. Lane 4, representing Birmingham University, Steve Wiggins. In lane 5, representing Cardiff University, European under 25, 2021. The BUCS bronze medalist Chelsea last year, Adam Booth. In lane 6, from Birmingham University, Thomas Cunningham. And in 7, representing Coventry University, Alex Byron. Each one of 3, lanes 400 metre hurdles.
So qualification has been quite simple and straightforward, particularly for the 1500 runners here. Qualification is quite difficult, you'd have to say. Top 2 and then 2-time qualifiers across the heats, that's fairly tough.
Oh yeah, you've definitely got to be on your A game. You know, because anything can happen. You can have someone with a slower personal best at you that's just peaked at the right time. So you have to, you can't just walk the heats. Well,
you said you'd done high jump. Have you done any hurdling at any point?
No, I don't think I can get myself. I'm 90 kilograms. I do not think I can get over hurdles.
Yeah, well, you hit a hurdle, you certainly know about it.
Oh, for sure.
You know, you have to also watch that you do clear all of the hurdles. I mean, some people have different styles for sure, and there are some who absolutely clatter the hurdles out the way, and it doesn't seem to really interrupt their stride pattern too much. But
yeah, for sure. There's different techniques all round, but yeah.
So here is the lineup then. Joseph Turnbull, John Ilunga, Piers Lockwood, Fionn Leaney, Adam Booth and Thomas Fillingham, and Alex Byram. So race now underway. Let's have a look then. On the far side, Alex Byram of Coventry. Adam Booth is in the red of Cardiff, then in the centre in lane 5. So have a look to see who rises first. There is the Cardiff Met man in the maroon, gold and navy. Adam Booth, that is. So lifetime best of 51.38. And then Cardiff behind. That's Birmingham's Fionn Leaney, in fact, the second of the red vests. But this is a nice lead here for Booth. Just coming down the home straight now as we watch from our position. It's a solid lead, but you have to hold your nerve all the way across every single on the barriers. Piers Lockwood of Loughborough in second. So those two going through, and in fact, Lockwood is going to take it right at the end. So that was quite an exciting race for just a heat when you consider that, our leader, he had to hold his nerve right till the end. The race isn't done until you've cleared all the hurdles until the very end, and the Loughborough man came through at the end. That was a nice one to watch.
100%. I mean, Lockwood really timed his race well. He knew what he had in the tank, and he executed excellently, and he's got the win, and he's got the automatic qualifying.
Brunel, would you say that Loughborough is one of your main rivalries? Do you believe in rivalries?
100%. Yeah. In sport, I think there's rivalries all around. I mean, Loughborough have an extremely strong relay team, but I know what we're capable of, Brunel, so I've got a lot of confidence in us. But yeah, there's a lot of rivalries in track and field.
Yeah, and it's something that we kind of want a bit more of in track and field, really, to have team rivalries, to make them healthy rivalries, you know, to have each team cheering just as loudly, to think about who the head-to-head might be. I sometimes, like, even for this meet, I was thinking about who's like the head-to-head battle, and it's like, is a third person going to say, what about me?
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
I mean, there's always going to be someone that's like, well, I'm only 1/10, couple hundredths off them, why am I not in the debate? So I think it makes for a really interesting competition when you have all these people that are in contention for a gold medal.
Yeah, for sure. So that's the voice of Tyler Panton. Tyler, you're also part of the World GP squad, weren't you?
Yeah,
the World
I was.
Juniors. What did that experience like?
Oh, it was an unreal experience. I mean, we got unlucky, we didn't get the baton round, my fault, but I feel like things like that you really learn from, and you take that experience into your training, into your next competitions. But it's an unbelievable experience going abroad like that to compete for your country.
Yeah, and would you say that you learned huge amounts, or would you say that it was made to be a way that everything was kind of comfortable and maybe, you know, professional in a way that you felt quite relaxed?
I think the main thing was I learned quite a lot, like being around people like Tobago, athletes that run ridiculously fast and just so professional. Like, it teaches you a lot about yourself more than anything, and no one wants to drop the baton at a big competition, so I feel like it definitely makes you learn a lot about yourself.
Yeah, for sure. But we know what a job that can be sometimes, and you know, there are other relays. There'll always be another relay for you to take part in. So this heat is number 2. So Stevie Kasparis of Brighton, Exeter's Callum Gregson, Fouad Bourgeois of Warwick, Panache Majura of Birmingham, Bath's Alex O'Callaghan Brown, and Luca Philip Pry of Anglia Ruskin. Well, we saw 13 heats in the men's 100, which I'm sure we see more as well. It's going to be 15. This is a sort of event where it's a lot more specialist on the track. You know, there's a lot more planning that goes into these races in terms of stride pattern, and significantly less people put their hand up for an event like this. Do you think maybe that we should consider pushing athletes into specialising and trying out different events? Because there'll be some people, obviously yourself, very capable of medaling in the sprints, there'll be some people who think maybe they could take their talent and see what's possible in a more specialist event.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like with something like the 400 hurdles, just no one wants to run that kind of distance unless you're really good at it. But I feel like it's really good to just kind of try out every single event, if that makes sense, like, and see what's your speciality.
Yeah, you sometimes have to do that in league matches as well, famously, like to double off and stuff like that. So, looking at this heat number 2, and there'll be one more heat after this. And athletes just getting towards the start line. So the conditions have been pretty good. I mean, you'll know if you've raced here at Manchester, anyone would, that the wind gets super high.
Yeah.
And even at this time of year, in fact, no reason to have, you know, with conditions that aren't raining and stuff. But the wind is pretty good from a sprint point of view.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's been an illegal wind or a really bad headwind yet. I mean, my race was a plus 1.8. I mean, you can't really ask for much more than that. So I think it's ideal conditions, really. I'm just fingers crossed to see that for the semi-finals at 5:30.
Yeah, well, we talked about it now, so we probably jinxed it. So there you go. First rule of commentary. Kasparis, Gregson, Bourgeois, Majuru, O'Callaghan Brown, and Pryor. So, again, they're just settling in. So, where's the Brunel team based this weekend? Too far away, or whereabouts? Because you would have, I suppose, come up last night?
Yeah, we came up last night. It took about 5 hours to get here because we stopped off as well. But we're about half an hour away, I'd say. So it's not too bad because we've got a coach driving us. So, but yeah, it's nothing too bad.
Yeah, what is the team bus vibe like? Is everyone sort of like music and headphones, or is it chanting, or somewhere in between the two?
I feel like it's a mix, really. Like, some people, it depends on who you are. Some people like having their headphones in just so they can lock in. Some people like talking. I'm quite a talker before I race, like not when I'm warming up and stuff, but like just before. I feel like it just helps with the nerves and stuff, you know. So yeah.
Yeah, to kind of normalise it in a way. Yeah.
Yeah,
completely
definitely.
Get that. Yeah, I mean, there will be some people, though, for whom it's their first BUCS experience, and you'll want to sort of welcome them in to see what a great event it is as well. And they might be the ones who are more nervous for this type of competition if they haven't done it before, even though maybe for you, you know, there's occasions like World Juniors. For them, this might be some of the top competition that they get a chance to compete at.
Exactly. I mean, everyone's at a different level. Everyone's got different aspirations in the sport. And a comp like this, it's a very, very big competition. So for a lot of the athletes here, they really want to do well here. So yeah, I feel like it's important to recognise that everyone's at a different level and everyone treats comps differently. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's unusual that you would bring together a heavy thrower in something like the hammer with a sprinter, and that's just kind of it's strange in a way, because these people, completely different kind of strengths and sometimes interests as well. So it's an unusual sort of setup, that.
Yeah, 100%. It's quite a big blend here of people. Like you said, you have a hammer thrower and you have a sprinter. Like, they've got nothing alike, but they're all sportsmen. So
So here we go. This second heat, and big, as we often see though in the 400 hurdles, and you'll know that if you've seen like the Olympic Games the last couple of years, Karsten Warholm or Sidney McLaughlin, the American, huge gaps sometimes between the athletes and huge amounts of PBs, therefore I think sometimes possible. You could break 2 seconds. Here we've got 52.33 for Majuru for Birmingham, who's there in lane 4, and some of these athletes won't have broken 60 seconds, excuse me. So Majuru really motoring through. He's got Alex O'Callaghan-Brown of Bath in the blue there on his outside. And then a bit of a gap back. So right on the inside looks like Kasparis of Brighton. Or might be Gregson of Exeter in the dark green. But Majuru here, will he hold on through these last few barriers? Got to keep it steady. So O'Callaghan-Brown. Oh, and there we are. Just hit that hurdle, but they've got to try and regain that momentum, which is always difficult to do. So O'Callaghan-Brown from Majuru, the Zimbabwean, and then Gregson in 54.69. Well, that was an example of how it is tough once you hit a hurdle to come back from that.
yeah, 100%. I feel like I've never done hurdles myself, but you can just tell it messes up your rhythm quite a lot when you do it. So it's something to definitely be careful of, and it can throw you off your whole race.
Yeah, there was an athlete a few years ago at BUCS who was leading very comfortably and they just hit a hurdle, and that was the end of the race. So, yeah, but then some hurdlers say that flat sprinting is boring for them.
Yeah, I
so
mean,
they want to mix it up.
To be fair, when you're jumping over hurdles, flat sprinting probably is boring for you because, yeah.
There we go. Well, Tyler, it's been brilliant to have you join us.
Thank you very much, man.
Just give a bit of an insight. I mean, this weekend hopefully will go well, but now just a chance to relax. Maybe you did some sort of cooling down after that heat. What's your kind of mood for the rest of the day?
Kind of just chill out really, so I have to warm up. And then got the semi-finals, get the job done in that, and then back for the finals tomorrow.
Brilliant stuff, yeah. Well, it's a Brunel team that we know will get medals. It's just, I suppose, who gets them and what colour they will be, right?
Yeah, well, you can expect gold from the relay for sure.
Brilliant stuff. Love to hear the fighting talk. Thank you very much.
To the lineup for this third and final heat, and 400 metre hurdles in lane 1, representing Edinburgh University, Caspian D. In 2, representing Hertfordshire University, Drupal Adonici. In lane 3, representing Warwick University, the reigning Bucks 400 metre champion. It's the final for the BUCS Championship over 400 metre hurdles.
This is the lineup then for heat number 3, which will get underway shortly. Big cheers just beside me in the stadium. So Caspian NG, Jibril Ajaniji, George Siri, Darius Shelton, Adam Rowlands and Jack Houghton in this for Swansea. So we've seen Adam Booth win his heat, to actually come second to Piers Lockwood, wasn't it? Right at the end. Adam Booth was leading early on, but Lockwood came through. Booth, of course, the bronze medalist from last year. And then Majuru was also overtaken. He's the silver medalist from last year. And that was a especially close heat. It was Alex O'Callaghan-Brown, 53-3 at best, who came through. And then in this one, I wonder whether George Seary will take it. So he was fourth in the 400-metre flat. Of course, no 400 hurdles indoors. 51.82, new best this year at the Loughborough Open meet I was talking about last weekend. Took 0.4 seconds off his best. Jack Houghton, 54.67, his best. So those two reasonably closely matched. Certainly those would be these that you'd expect to make it through. So Seary in the colours of Warwick, and Warwick don't get too many medals, so he'll want to really put them on the map. Will George Seary. It was that battle with Christian Samuel Nash which came down to the line indoors in Sheffield in February. So Seary, you can see with shouts of "Go on Jack" for Houghton on the outside in the green and white of Swansea. And Seary closing and past. He rises first. Last few hurdles and looks to be keeping up that momentum down into this home straight now. So Adeniji in third place. Jack Houghton trying to hold on. Seary does take it though in the end. 52.73 on the clock. So that's 4/10 off his old lifetime best, of course, now going sub 52 for the first time this month recently. So more to come, I'm sure, for George Seary. I think this one is also fairly wide open. Lockwood, O'Callaghan, Brown, Booth, Majuru and Seary, potentially the top names. But for example, we don't have the champion from last year. And this event, as we were saying, fairly specialist, so the field isn't too large. And we've seen all of our competitors already, and we've got a sort of a sighter at who might feature in, of course, the final. And that's why qualification was difficult. No semi-finals, but 3 heats, top 2 in each. That's 6, and then 2-time qualifiers, making 8 lanes in the final. When is that final then? So let's have a look. It is, in fact, scheduled to be on Monday at 11:40. Well, expecting next will be women's 400-metre hurdles in 5 minutes' time. So just a reminder that you can join the conversation on social media, hashtag BUCS Athletics. Of course, there's all the action from the regatta as well this weekend. And, well, if you're here, this is probably why your first choice would be athletics, but you may want to check out the other streaming as well. So plenty of stuff for you to watch on YouTube, and hopefully you'll enjoy it all across 3 days of action for the athletics, certainly here in Manchester. David Morgan Harrison, one of those to impress this morning, and he would be the favourite potentially for the men's 100 metres, but who else might join him as a medal contender? We'll have to wait and see on that. So the athletes just starting to come out now for the women's 400-metre hurdles. So we should again have 3 heats here for the women, starting off with this first of all, number 1. So Stephanie Korekla, the Cypriot athlete running for Swansea, Melissa Bills of Northumbria, Mercedes Mercer of Manchester Met. All the M's there, isn't it? Beautiful alliteration. Deanna Clark of Nottingham, Loughborough's Emily Newnham. So she broke the championship record set previously by Amy Alcock to run 53.18, the 4th fastest indoor time in history by a British teenager. And hurdles seem to be her main event. So a really exciting young athlete. You know, don't want to put someone in the spotlight too much and put pressure on them, but I think it's equally important when we recognise that a performance has been special and where there is potential. Samantha Baker-Jones of Oxford and Molly Swingler of Birmingham. So that's the lineup for heat number 1 of the women's 400 metre hurdles, which should get underway in around 2 minutes' time. So athletes called to their marks for this first heat of 3. Emily Newnham, lifetime best of 59.03. It's a big lifetime best, of course, at BUCS indoors. Took 1.5 seconds off it. Suspect we're about to find out that 400 hurdles is also a great event for her as well. Watch out also for Mercedes Mercer and Deanna Clark. Be close for that second spot, in fact. Going to reserve judgment about who might make that. But there is Emily Newnham then. Just going past Molly Swingler on her outside in the red of Birmingham, who would be a contender also for that second spot. Some big gaps opening up now. Deanna Clark in the centre, green, gold and white of Nottingham. Emily Newnham looking like she's not really having to break sweat here, as Clark holds on to second place from Swingler. And that could be the way it finishes as Newnham comes through, easing across the line in 59.98 from Deanna Clark, who is also through to that final. Emily Newnham, I should say, sorry, just gesturing towards the sidelines as if to say, that was all right, wasn't it? It certainly was. That's all you need to do, really. To win your heat also ensures that good lane draw for the final. So I guess you have to consider that for one of the top athletes in these hurdles, just getting through your heat and clearing the hurdles and getting into a decent rhythm, fairly simple job. It's the final where the medals will be won, just the 2 rounds, and most of the competitions across the BUCS Championships will have 3 rounds on the track, certainly as far as the shorter distances go. Now in this second heat, you can just see Orla Brennan there briefly. And she's someone who also is very capable over 400 flat, was 4th indoors over that distance. The reigning England under-23 champion, also winning the relay title last year. Thrilling stuff with Olivia Kimboa, Hannah Kelly and Isabel Boffey. And Brennan also, very talented hurdler. It was the hurdles that she won that England under-23 title over. Lifetime best of 49.4. So fairly close to Newnham. And then in the third heat, just looking out for Amy Pye, but doesn't appear to be on the start list for the third heat. Amy Pye, lifetime best of 58.63 initially entered, so that could change things, because it means that one of the 3 athletes who've ever gone sub 60 seconds is not on the start list, so that suddenly makes an opportunity for someone else to certainly be a medal contender, and that person could end up being someone like Melissa Coxon, who's got a lifetime best of 61.83. I think that will be the closest of the 3 heats, but we'll see that in a moment. As you can see there, Amy Smith of Swansea, Birmingham's Brennan, as mentioned, Riley of Plymouth, Bath, and Katie McIntosh, then Amelia Briggs-Good of Birmingham, so 2 teammates in this. And then Loughborough's Rana Zaghloul and Elizabeth McMahon of Sheffield. So, I mentioned Orla Brennan, Amelia Briggs-Good, 59.70. So, in fact, there are 4 athletes who've gone sub 60 across this field, because it's a recent lifetime best for Briggs-Good. She was a bronze medalist at the English Schools Championships last year, behind Melissa Coxon, who'll be in the third heat, and Emily Newnham, who won the second heat. She's taken 2.5 seconds off her lifetime best this year in one race, being second to Nicole Kendall at the Loughborough Open. And Nicole Kendall, someone who has got personal best after personal best, training with Marina Armstrong, one of the country's lead coaches in this particular event, who's also worked with the likes of Jacob Paul and Chris McAllister, taking them to top international events. Jessie Knight believes so as well. So second heat then is underway with Robinson and Turnbull, Alexander. Brennan there right on the inside. So Briggs-Good, the first of the red vests. Watch as Orla Brennan comes motoring through though. Could end up being a Birmingham 1-2 in this race. You certainly hear the shouts from the Birmingham contingent just on this first bend near the start finish. And Orla Brennan has really come through very powerfully here. And Briggs-Good, who wanted to set out her stall, just seeing this gap open up, but it doesn't matter really. 58.96 for Brennan. Very comfortable from Amelia Briggs-Good. And when there are only 2 rounds, every reason to give it your all, and that is a lifetime best by over 0.4 of a second for Orla Brennan. In fact, a personal best stretches all the way back to 2019, 59.4. And that is absolutely terrific stuff. She has been someone who's competed at England under-20 and under-23 championships, as we said, winning the under-23s last year. And again, I think we're going to get some celebratory hugs with the Birmingham team, which is nice to see, and for other competitors too. So that is thrilling stuff for Brennan. First time sub 59. And means it's a second faster than Emily Newnham. And although that's not fully representative, because Newnham did very much ease up across the line and wasn't going at full pelt, still will give Brennan lots of confidence going into the final. Great opportunity to come here and use whatever skills, including photography, media, and some of the university teams have been brilliant at that, specifically on Instagram. That seems to be the place where a lot of the conversation around this event is happening. But these athletes now out. Chance to grab a lunchtime snack. Probably high in protein and low in fat. Didn't quite see what it was. I was looking out for rice initially, but might have been something like chicken. Of course, vegetarian options are available, especially when you make them from home. Louise Robinson of Birmingham, Natasha Turnbull of Stirling, Solent's Kira Alexander, Rebecca Rose Weeks of Edge Hill, Exeter's Ella Barker, Catherine Groves of Leeds Beckett, Katrina Scott of Glasgow, and Melissa Coxon of Loughborough. So the way that things have fallen, it means that all of these athletes are, I believe, looking to break 60 seconds for the first time. Let's see if anyone can do it in this race. Of course, only the 2 rounds. And we've just seen that lifetime best from Orla Brennan. So Robinson, Turnbull, Alexander, Weeks, Barker, Groves, Scott and Coxon. Final heat of the women's 400 hurdles. 2 automatic spots plus 2 qualifying time positions. And Melissa Coxon right on the outside then for Loughborough, someone who's had a couple of appearances at the UK Senior Championships. Second to Emily Newnham at the English Schools Championships and took 0.8 seconds off her lifetime best in Loughborough last weekend. So some real improvements there. 61.01 that she was able to clock. You can see really compact this one as opposed to some of the big distances we've seen between athletes. I'm sure it may open up in the latter stages of this race. Robinson and Birmingham out in front as far as we can see it, but round the outside, here we go. It's funny how these hurdles races work sometimes. Look at who rises first, can look disorientated, but Melissa Coxon in front from Robinson all the way over on the inside. Those two are through, 61.25. So given the PBs in this field, that's a very respectable time and close to them.
Joseph Turnbull, please report to the exit box, please. That's Joseph Turnbull to the exit box.
Welcome to the Chelmsford Sports and Athletics Centre for the 2022 BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championship. Coming through, Ashmead challenging. Wow, that is almost impossible to call. To push on through this bend and down into the home straight.
We might see records get broken.
So this is the real battle now that's yet to be decided. Isabel Bonby breaks record determination in the women's 4x4 to take gold. and this annual flagship event marking the 10-year anniversary since the start of BUCS Nationals. Always no shortage of colour, drama, excitement and names to watch out for as university students from across the UK battle for glory and bragging rights.
He is powering his way to the wall. Is he going to be enough?
Things are about to heat up a little bit.
They're all coming back in the closing stages. Oh, what a finish that was. It's a new BUCS record. She will take the goal.
Was it ever in doubt? But they're pretty much neck and neck here on this second leg. So tight, shoulder to shoulder. Trying to get alongside.
Looks like it's between these four for the medals.
She's going to bring them home. It's going to be gold.
Shot for shot now, into the finish. Where's this one going to go?
Brunel come home to defend their title.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Messi in the London. I'll chat to all.
So, the athletes competing in this first of 8 heats in the men's 800 qualification through to the semi-final. The first 2 qualify automatically, and they'll be joined in the semi-finals by the 8 fastest non-automatic qualifiers. Connor Anderson, Sheffield have DNS in this, which means that David Locke and Loughborough has been moved to lane 8. In lane 1, representing Stirling, Mark Carberry. From Leeds University in 2, Sam Stevens. From East Anglia University in 3, Thomas Palmer. In 4, representing Newcastle University, Aidan O'Brien. In 5, representing Cambridge, Adam Gray. In 6, from Manchester Met, Mark Lloyd. In 7, representing Manchester University, Luca Buckley McDonald. And completing the lineup, as I said, Sheffield Hounds, Connor Anderson in 8. Right, my apologies. The DNS is Connor Anderson, Sheffield Hallam, and it's David Loughborough, who is in lane 8.
The whistle's gone then for heat number 1 of the men's 800 metres. So, 2 laps of the track, here we come. In this one, Mark Carberry, Sam Stevens, Thomas Palmer, Stirling, Leeds and East Anglia respectively. Aidan O'Brien of Newcastle, Cambridge's Adam Dray, Mark Lloyd of Manchester Met, Manchester's Luca Buckley MacDonald. So a bit of a local derby. Connor Anderson of Sheffield Hallam, David Locke of Loughborough. So, tall figure leading here is indeed David Locke with the blonde hair, and then Adam Dray in second place. In fourth, just on the inside, there is Carberry of Stirling, and Sam Stevens alongside him. Very much tucked on the inside, though, is Mark Lloyd as they hit the bell, 57.29. So we'll mark down that time. It's the top 2 going through, as it has been pretty much all through the heats of various distances, and then 8-time qualifiers. Look at this breakaway, though, of 5 athletes. 2 places available for them in those semi-finals. And now 5 becomes 4, with Locke of Loughborough still leading. 146.41. Number 1 ranked on paper, the bronze medalist indoors last year from Dray, 149.41 at best. Now starting to break away then. Stevens going to be run out of things in third place, but a chance of making it through, of course. 1:52.63, the finishing time, with Mark Lloyd of Manchester Met in third place.
So the second heat of the 8 in the men's 800, lining up on the inside will be St Mary's Frank O'Brien. In lane 2, representing Sheffield University, Lawrence Manley. In lane 3, from the University of Western Scotland, is the Scottish under-20 indoor 450 metre bronze medalist, and a bunch indoor finalist, Ross O'Brien. In 4, representing Brunel University, BUCS Outdoor 1500 metre silver medalist this year, and the defending BUCS 800 metre champion, Dan Howell. In lane 5, from the University of West of England, Joel Fawcett, and alongside him, the Cotton Trent, Elliot Dowsett. In 6, representing Cardiff University, Alex Purple. In 7, from Worcester University, Harvey Boron, and completing the lineup from Exeter University, Julian Leesley. Victor men's 800.
So now underway in this second heat. Having seen an exciting one a few moments ago. By the way, we will have 8 heats in total across the 800. So we see Frank O'Brien of St Mary's lead this one. No surprise to see a St Mary's man at the sharp end in this. Also in this is Lawrence Manley of Sheffield, University of the West of Scotland's Ross O'Brien. Dan Howells, the defending champion who won so brilliantly in Chelmsford, coming through right at the end of the race. He was pushed by the likes of Saddam Kumi. Joel Fawcett of University of the West of England in this. Then Alex Kerford of Cardiff Met. Harvey Boron of Worcester. Julian Leavesley of Exeter. And Elliot Doughty of Nottingham Trent. So this one a little slower than the opening lap of the first of our heats. O'Brien still it is out front. Looks like Manley of Sheffield in third. Quite a gap has opened up between the top two. You can see one athlete trying to bridge it. I think that's Elliot Doughty of Nottingham Trent who's done a phenomenal job there. So O'Brien and Howells. And Howells surely should have enough to go past, but Doughty, hopefully he can hold on. Certainly has held on to third place as Dan Howells starts to come through. And as a result of this quick last lap, it's going to be not too far away from the time for the previous heat. Well, 1.2 seconds off it. Some big cheering. Trying to work out which team that is that is particularly loud. Potentially Exeter, as their athlete came across the line there in fourth place.
Men's pole vault B final and men's discus B final. Declarations and weighing of implements.
So that's second heat won there by Daniel Howells.
So men's triple jump, men's pole vault B final and men's discus B final. Declarations and weighing of implements should be made at 1700 on Saturday, 29th of April to complete on Sunday, the 30th of April.
The result from the first heat, David Locke of Loughborough from Brighton's Adam Dre. Well, Brighton Phoenix is the club put there. He's a Cambridge University student. So 1:53.33 his time. And we can bear in mind 1:53.99 for Stevens in third place.
Should be made by 1700 on Sunday, 30th of April.
athletes are out for heat number 3, which will come up in just a moment's time. So, top athlete in this one potentially is Angus Harrington, another Cambridge man.
The line-up for the third occasion, Craig Hudson in lane 1, representing University Theo Cheshire. In 2 for Bristol University, Ben Davies. In 3, representing
So we look at this full lineup here: Cheshire, Davis, Sullivan, Muir, McGill, Stubbs, Spenlove and Woodward. And I think a second page with a 9th athlete potentially. There we are, there is Angus Harrington. I was wondering where he was initially, but lifetime best of 1:48.58. He was 5th at the UK Indoor Championships in Birmingham earlier this year, and that was his first time sub 50 indoors, I believe. Well, he ran 1:49.76, I think, which is season's best this year, and then he followed that up with being 4th at the BUCS Indoor Championships behind David Race, Archie Parkinson and Henry Fisher. Parkinson was in the 1500. We may well see Race and Fisher in the outdoors following up their medals in the indoors in February, which they'd hope. So again, nice shouts to get these athletes underway. And Angus Harrington, you can see just on the outside there. We've also got Lucas Stubbs of Loughborough near the sharp end, and that Bath best of Theo Cheshire in the blue, just taking over the lead and making sure that he gets to the front. Got a rather loud barking dog that I can hear in the background. As always, spectators of all kinds. So Theo Cheshire from Lucas Stubbs, then Angus Harrington, Bath, Loughborough and Cambridge. Then Glasgow's Andrew McGill and Matt Spendlove. And the other athlete part of this league group is Jack Muir. So that's the top 6 at the bell. 57.92. So in between first and second in terms of the splits of the 3 heats that we've had so far, with 1 lap to go. Look at McGill pushing through in the black vest right on the outside. Different running styles as well that you can see. Notably, Harrington looking very relaxed there, but again, that just also appears to be his style. Rounding this top bend, down into the home straight now. So Harrington from McGill. Is there going to be any change? Lucas Stubbs looks to be too far back, but McGill, to shouts of "come on Andrew," looks to try and come through. It's going to be just second behind Harrington in 1:53.84. So that's very close, half a tenth off faster indeed than the time of Dan Howes in heat number 2. Just looking at the result from heat number 2. Notably there, Elliot Doughty in 3rd place, 1:56.2, is some 2.2 seconds slower than 3rd place in the first heat. So that certainly plays into the hands of Sam Stevens, who was 3rd in that particular heat, with Aidan O'Brien, who was 4th for Newcastle in that, also faster than 3rd in heat number 2.
control into the 8 and 800. Sheffield in lane 1. In 2, representing Edinburgh, Francisco Castro. In 3, representing Edinburgh, Van Heckley. In 4, Imperial, Alex Goodall. In 5, Exeter University, William Davis. In 6, representing Leicester University, Joshua Gray. In 7, University, Justin Davis.
Heat number 4 of the men's 800 metres. Been some great names, but one of the best of the lot is Matthew Mustard for sure, for Sheffield, who also have quite a decent middle distance specialism. Francisco Camacho of Edinburgh, Callum Jeffries Edgehill, Imperial's Alex Goodall, William Douglas of Exeter, Joshua Bray of Leicester, Justin Davis Bath, Cardiff Met's Harry Dial, and then Sean G of St Mary's. So heat number 4 of the men's 800 metres, 4 of 8. Top 2 going through automatically to the semi-finals, and then 8-time qualifiers. So Sean G of St Mary's hoping to follow his teammate Frank O'Brien through. Sean G was 5th last year in an incredible battle in which Jamie Webb was 4th out of the medals behind the aforementioned Henry Fisher, Archie Parkinson and David Race. G has a lifetime best of 1:48.59, and he was 6th indoors this year. So lead pace fairly decent here, 55.06, so that's 2.9 seconds faster than the previous heat, and 2.2 seconds faster than the first heat. So that pace being set by Justin Davis. Sean G, the only one that's able to go with him at this point. I think that might be Imperial's Alex Goodall in 3rd, in a vest that's similar to the Nottingham Trent vest. Good battle, of course. These two will go through, we know. And look at that battle for 3rd and 4th. That could make a bit of difference for time qualifying spots. Matthew Mustard comes past. Davis from G out front, though. Mustard in 3rd. 1:52.13. So fastest heat so far in the men's 800. So awaiting this fifth heat of the men's 800. Adam Knights of Leeds Beckett wearing leg number 1. Fisher of Birmingham. Evans Rodriguez of Salford. Hallam's Neelan. Newman of Marjon. Brown of Chichester. Wood of Southampton, Bellamy of St Mary's. And Mackenzie of Bangor. So Henry Fisher winning this title indoors, of course. And he's also the reigning England under-23 champion, winning that title in Bedford last summer. Lifetime best of 1:49.39. He's run 1:50.56 this year indoors. So as we get later through these heats, the athletes may have an idea of what the clock stopped at. But more than anything, they'll be keen to get on with things, just because they know they're in a race and there are only 2 automatic spots to make it through to those semi-finals. 8 non-automatic spots available as well. So all corners of the crowd around me shouting towards different athletes to egg them on. 58.92 at the bell, so that is some 3.9 seconds slower than the previous heat. So really do need to get on with things here if any more than 2 athletes are to qualify. Will Bellamy of St Mary's is one of those who wants to try and move up. Henry Fisher of Birmingham at the front. Looks like Isaac Brown of Chichester just dropping back there into 3rd place as Bellamy moves up into 2nd, with Daniel Newman of Marjon trying to fight for that 2nd spot. So Fisher, who won indoors, is through, and Bellamy follows him home, and then Newman of Marjon will have to wait and see if he can be one of the time qualifiers. Battling all the way for the lower places too, which is great to see. And shout out to Adam Knights of Leeds Beckett, and I believe that was Harry Wood of Southampton finishing there. And just coming in also the Bangor athlete Matt Mackenzie. So this is heat number 5 out of 8. So 3 more to come in a moment's time.
For confirmation for those in the 2000 procedure case, it will go as 2 weeks. The winning 2000 procedure case will go as 2 weeks. Back to the present and sent to the 8 heats of the men's 800. In lane 1, represent the current university destiny. In 2, from Cambridge University, we have Ian Spencer. In 3, representing Bradford University, Bill Bowley. In lane 4, representing Loughborough University, the 2023 England Under-20 World Champion, the BUCS Outdoor bronze medalist, David Race. In lane 5, from BUCS College, representing Bristol University. In 6, from Peterson, from Stanford University. In lane 7, have Luke Richardson, and
So David Race, who was the bronze medalist behind Henry Fisher, who we just saw there at the BUCS Indoors, is going in this next heat, number 6. And, well, it's difficult to get into a Birmingham or a Loughborough team at a BUCS Championships, but athletes that you see have managed to do it here. Luke Richardson for Birmingham. So, underway then in this next heat. And David Race, also with national pedigree so far as winning the England Under-20 Indoor Championships in Sheffield is concerned. Lifetime best of 1:49.44. He was also second at the Outdoor Championships, that is England Under-20, last year over this distance as well, held in Bedford. So Race slotting himself in this heat number 6. Let's have a look who else is near the sharp end. So we've got Ewan Spencer of Cambridge, lifetime best of 1:54.25. In front of him, that's the Durham man, Ben Smith, 1:55.27. And then the Birmingham man, Luke Richardson. So that's your top 4. Durham, Cambridge, Loughborough and Birmingham as they hit the bell. So we've been keeping an eye on these split times, 58.51, so 4 tenths faster than the previous heat, but generally is one of the slower times. And I think that previous heat, heat number 5, is the only one that was slower after 400. So getting in the top 2 could be crucial here. David Race and Ben Smith at the moment are doing just that. Richardson, has he timed that move right? Wants to get in front at this point and look at that target of the African Violet Vest of Loughborough of David Race in front of him. By the way, David Race, another contender for best named athlete. So, line astern, really solid gaps opening up here in the end. David Race from Luke Richardson in 1:54.84. So we may not see more than one other athlete outside the top 2 make it through as a result of that particular time. In the end, it is just 300ths faster than Henry Fisher's heat win. A moment to go. That's the result of heat number 4 that we're just seeing briefly there. So that was an example of a race where the 3rd place athlete finished in 1:53.81, which is a second faster than the last 2 heat winners that we've seen. So that bodes very well indeed for Matthew Mustard, who was 3rd in that race. Potentially as well for Alex Goodall, who was 4th in that race with 1:54.14. You can see there by comparison, 3rd place 1:56.70, which would have an outside chance of making it through as a time qualifier. Heat number 7 as the whistle goes. Oliver Telfer of Imperial, Prince Larier of BCU, Durham's Charlie Crick, someone that Evan Blackman, who's the reigning 200-metre indoor champion, picked out as someone he was watching out for, Sam Tempest of Cardiff, Loughborough's Ryan Elston, Edward Davis of Swansea, Eddie Brown Edinburgh and Jay Sispal of Birmingham. So, penultimate heat this one is, and it features Charlie Crick, as we said. So he was actually 2nd behind Henry Fisher at the England Under-23 Championships last summer. He has a best of 150.12, so very close to going sub 150. I'm sure he'd like to do that this season. But these athletes would do well to go, what shall we say, sub 58 through the first 400. And this looks really quick so far. Well, this is going to be some time. 55.28, so faster than at least 3 of the heats that we've had so far. And they're continuing to push on. So Charlie Crick of Durham, from Oliver Telfer of Imperial, Jay Sisbal of Birmingham, and then Ryan Elston of Loughborough. This front 4 now, 2 automatic spots available. Lots of noise, including from the athletes who are waiting to take part in the next race, watching their teammates. Sisbal is fighting. Elston's got himself in the top 2 and will come through to win this heat from Crick in 1:51.57. So comfortably the fastest heat that we've seen so far by over a second, and that's the sort of race that these athletes needed. And we'll have a look at the 3rd and 4th times, but I have down that, for example, Stan Stevens of Exeter, first heat 1:53.99. Matthew Mustard, 4th heat 1:53.81. Those are some of the fast non-automatic times that we've seen so far, and the race winner was nearly 2 seconds ahead of that. So 1:54.83 given as the official time there for David Race from Luke Richardson of Birmingham. Loughborough and Birmingham always do great battles, particularly over middle distance. And then Durham's Ben Smith. So, yeah, his teammate in a much better position to progress, of course. Heat winner automatically through to the semi-finals. But in making that race fast, Charlie Crick might mean his teammate is run out of things. Line up for the final heats: McKeveny of Manchester, Liverpool's Woodward, Gardner of Nottingham, Oxford's Barrett, Hutchinson of Birmingham, Glasgow's Logan, Bayona Martinez of Cardiff, and Northumbria's Waterfield. So at the moment, those times for third place finishers have really varied, as we've been saying, right from 1:53 all the way down to 1:56. We're waiting the result from that last heat just to come through on the Roster Athletics app, where you can follow the event. But this, of course, the last heat, the last chance to qualify. We've got Finley Hutchinson of Birmingham in a strong position in third place. Let's have a look who else is in this. Tom McKeveny of Manchester, I think that is. Bear in mind all those purple vests are quite similar, but it does say Manchester on it. It comes clear as they come through. Benjamin Gardner of Nottingham in second behind him. So Gardner Southern Under-20 Indoor 800 silver last year. 56.70, which is middle of the road as far as these split times are concerned. So McKeveny leading Manchester's hopes. Benjamin Gardner of Nottingham in second place, but being overtaken by Finley Hutchinson there. So this is going to be interesting. Does Gardner have something to give back? Yes. So what about our early leader, McKeveny? Unceremoniously pushed back into third, and the gap is opening up. So strong timing from Hutchinson of Birmingham and Gardner of Nottingham. Just coming through very late there was Mackenzie Woodward. 1:55.5 the winning time. So results on the Roster Athletics app will tell you who those time qualifiers are. Just having a look and seeing that third place in this heat number 7, 1:52.68, which is quicker than, what's that, 6 of the heats themselves. So definitely through there. I'll be sure that Oliver Telfer 1:53.17 will be through as well. So they're just coming out for the women's 800 metres, and that is scheduled to get underway in 10 minutes' time. So an opportunity for us to focus on the javelin competition, the men's B final for the javelin. So this will be our focus for now. The A final coming up a little later on. So this is the B final initially, and then the athletes with the longer throw PBs will come later. So expecting the likes of Ben East, Michael Allison and Tom Hewson in this. So as well as Javelin B final, we've also got women's long jump qualification. So two pools of athletes who are jumping. So automatic qualification for the women's long jump final, a jump of 5.95 will do that. So they will have 3 goes. And looks like they're in the second round here. So in this, the likes of Grace Morgan, the Welsh heptathlete, another Welsh heptathlete, Lauren Evans, who was at the Commonwealth Games, Eloise Harvey, who's also in the triple jump. Same can be said of Sophia Meller. So following the men's 800 metres, we have the women's, and there will be 6 heats to come. You can see the lineup here includes Abigail Ives, so delighted to see her here. And someone who I think has gone below the radar a little the last couple of years, improving her lifetime best from 2:10 to 2:01 for 800. Training partner of Isabel Boffey, coached by Luke Gunn, who of course are leading the Birmingham team at BUCS as always does. So fascinating to see what she can do and whether she will be in a league of her own. Of course, we don't often get such fast races, so it could mean that we get a slow race in the final and that someone else has a great kick, but for sure a great opportunity for her. Not least to add her name to the list of great female middle distance runners who've won in the colours of Birmingham, including Sarah McDonald, Mari Smith, Sabrina Sinner, Saskia Millard, Georgia Bell and others. Of course, it was the men that really impressed indoors with Cameron Bailey, Henry Fisher, Tyler Billiard, putting in a set of hugely special performances. So Katie Hay of Manchester, Millie Dickinson of Cambridge, and Mary Abici, a very experienced runner we often see over 400 metres for KCL. So fascinating to see what she's capable of over 800. PB of 2:16.64 shown here. It might be a seed time based on performance over the last couple of years though. Abigail Ives is alongside her. Just having a look, Mary Abici, 2:13 actually her lifetime best set in 2019. Obviously a 52.60 runner, so someone for whom, if there's a big group of athletes with 100 to go, potentially she could pull away. Green card being shown, so I'll continue the lineup. Abigail Ives in lane 4, of course a World Junior finalist in Colombia. We were talking to Tyler Panton, who was part of that team for the relay a little earlier on the stream. Maisie Yeager of Cardiff, Ella Leonard of Bangor, Neve Murphy of Sheffield, Harriet Toussaint of Loughborough, Freya Bennett of Birmingham. So all in this. So straight away you can see that Ive wants to be at the sharp end of this race, just behind Mary Abici there. Abici, who of course has been to major championships, including the European indoors, so two with decent international pedigree, even if Ives is still working her way up to senior level, of course. You can see this group of 4 athletes starting to break away a little. So we'll have the top 3 going through automatically, and then 6 non-automatic spaces across 6 heats. So 64.1 or 0.96 indeed at the bell there. So just as we did with the men's splits, we'll keep an eye on what the clock says after 400 metres. And you can see Harriet Toussaint of Loughborough just looking behind her to see what this gap is like. And we've got 4 athletes trying to get into 3 non-automatic or 4 automatic spots. We've got the Cambridge athlete Millie Dickinson in 4th place, so will she be the unlucky one to miss out? Abby Ives looking very assured on this last lap, just the heat. She'll be very pleased when she looks over her shoulder and see there isn't too much more work to do. Mary Abici says, that's fine, I'll take over the lead and try and win this heat. As Abby Ives just kicks again a little bit. Millie Dickinson still there, but further back, and Harriet Toussaint is the one run out of the automatic spots. So 2:13.12 in the end, a very comfortable time, particularly for Ives. And well, 2:13.12. Let's have another look there. That is a lifetime best for Mary Abici. But that will partly come through the fact that she has done, one 800-metre race since the 2019 season, and 2 800-metre races competitively, I think, potentially ever. There we go, 2 800-metre races since 2004, when she was an under-15 athlete. So, heat number 8, we're looking at the result there, 1:56.89 for that 3rd place, which is the time we've been looking out for, because we know that Finley Hutchinson and Benjamin Gardner went through automatically. It was a good battle to the line, with Tom McKeveny run out of things, having led the race early on. So, lots of different distances, qualifications, finals, track and field, getting to that point in the day where I just had a bit of coffee, getting a bit tongue-tied, but don't worry, because when the action comes thick and fast, you will not be able to move from your seat. When it'll be final after final after final, the temperature ramps up inside the stadium. And maybe Loughborough will light up the track, or brilliance from Brunel and Birmingham. Maybe a bit of magic from Manchester. What we hope for is a great atmosphere, and I suppose the fact that you have stands all the way around in the stadium does mean that the spectators have really spread themselves out, but the noise has still been pretty loud, and potentially we can make sure that it's a wall of noise throughout. Heat number 2. You can see the main athlete here to watch, I think, will be Steph Driscoll of Loughborough, as the athletes once again called to their marks. So you can see these full lineups again on the Roster Athletics app. Steph Driscoll then, second at the BUCS indoors earlier this year, behind Molly Hudson, and that was Steph Driscoll's BUCS debut, and it was the same for Emily Newnham. Two athletes who haven't raced in this competition before, but took to it like ducks to water. Steph Driscoll with a lifetime best of 2:04.44. She was second at the England under-23s last year and won the England senior title. And well, the England Senior Championships is basically an open competition to those of all ages, in case that sounded confusing. But once again, top 3 athletes going through by right, and then 6-time qualifiers across all 6 heats. So we can see straight away Rebecca Keddy in the white and purple on the outside for UCL. And we've got Steph Driscoll just about shading things with Hannah Roberts, Sheffield Hallam in the maroon on the inside. 66.65, so 1.7 seconds slower than the opening heat at this point. So Roberts of Sheffield Hallam and Driscoll of Loughborough, the top 2. Freya Bennett just behind them, so if the race stopped now, those would be the ones going through the semi-finals, but that's not the way it works. Rebecca Keddy of UCL very much in contention. If she can certainly manage the gap, because it does look like certainly Driscoll very, very capable of opening this one out. So deja vu really for this top 4. No big changes, but Rebecca Keddy is fighting, and she's now starting to come through on Bennett. So that's the key change in the latter stages of this second heat, with the finishing time of 2:13.30 on the clock. So even though they were 1.7 seconds down with 1 lap to go, that's indeed only halfway, and it ended up being only 1800ths at the finish line of the first heat. So quicker second lap for this second lot of athletes. So Mary Abici winning that heat in 2:13.14, the eventual confirmed time. A new lifetime best by 1300ths of a second. Harriet Tewson in 4th place, 2:14.6. Waiting to see if that time will be good enough to qualify her. This is heat number 3, and athletes to watch out for include Olivia Vareille, who was 6th last year, a previous bronze medalist in 2020 indoors, 2:05.59. This year indoors, she just squeezed out the final, of course, only 6 places in it. 2:11 she's run this year. And Charlotte Buckley, 2:10 athlete in this also. So now they're underway for 2 laps of the track. I can just bring you the result from the second heat. Steph Driscoll, 2:13.29. and fourth place to watch out for 2:13.73 for Freya Bennett of Birmingham. So of course that is 9/10 faster than Tucson of Loughborough, fourth place in the first heat, with 6 spots available for non-automatic qualifiers. So early on, Susie Lecoutre, this is of Swansea, in the white and green, leading things out. And we've got a group of 6 athletes in this front group. Danny Sinclair of Cardiff Met is in there in 5th place. Looks like Varay of Edinburgh just in front of her. And we've also got Charlotte Buckley of Oxford and Emily McNichol of Glasgow. Just trying to stay with this group is Rachel McDonald of Nottingham. So 67.45. That was the slowest of the 3 heats so far at the bell. Varay has moved into 2nd place. So Charlotte Buckley down to 3rd. They've all come past Lecoutre of Swansea. Three athletes beginning to emerge at the front. Two of them representing Scottish universities. Glasgow and Edinburgh. McNichol and Varay with Buckley on their shoulder. So these are going to be the 3 that go through. Coming down the home straight now. Just waiting to see if this is the quickest time so far. McNichol obviously may well ease up over the line. And she comes through in 2:19.89, so really easing up across that line. That gives us an opportunity to show the results from heat number 2. 2:13.73. You can see 4th place Freya Bennett behind Caddy Robertson Driscoll. Wonder if we can see the result for heat number 3 as well. So we'll bring the result of the heats that's just happened in a few moments. And of course we have 3 more to come. So gives us a moment now to see if we can focus on some of the field action for a moment. So let's try and just do that. So we've got the 2 events happening in the field at the moment, and one of them of course is the javelin B final and the other is the long jump qualification, as the athletes start to come out for heat number 4 of the women's 800 metres. So a couple of minutes before that race gets underway. Okay, so 3rd round, qualification, women's long jump. Looks like Lauren Davey, the heptathlete there, just to the left of picture. So no jumping happening just at this point right now. Try and go back again after this heat. Rabjohn Stewart, Gilbert Ryder, Baker, Hudson, Hopkins and Davis. Molly Hudson, who of course won this title indoors. She's the Northern Indoor Champion over 1500 as well. And that follows being 4th indoors and 3rd outdoors at BUCS last year. So some improvement this year. Also PB of 2:05.78. Louise Gilbert of Leeds right on the inside, one of their strongest performers over the last couple of years. 5th indoors, both 2022 and indeed a few months ago in February. A new PB of 2:10.42. Molly Hudson in the kind of lilac vest, I'm going to say, of Leeds Beckett in 2nd place. And now being demoted into 3rd, so her moment will be to push on. 64.02, so pretty decent split at the bell. With Katie Hopkins also part of this lead group, and I think that might be Emma Ryder of Marjon, who's also battling here. It is indeed. So 3 out of 4 will go through. One of the Marjon athletes in the men's 800 was just run out of things, out of the automatics. Molly Hudson, surely she's going to come through down this home straight. Louise Gilbert of Leeds, Katie Hopkins of Birmingham, Molly Hudson on the inside, Emma Ryder on the outside. Well, 4 women trying to go for these spots. They're all fighting for it. And Louise Gilbert just fading a little, but still makes it through quite comfortably. Molly Hudson also with Katie Hopkins, 2:12.09. They should all make it through to the semi-finals. Fastest heat so far. So given officially as 2:12.11. Result of the 3rd heat, Emily McNichol 2:16.41 from Olivia Varey. Charlotte Buckley also qualifying, and Lecoutre waiting to see based on her time. Not sure whether that will be good enough to make it through. So looking here at women's long jump qualification. Ashante Graham of Birmingham jumping there, athlete from the Cayman Islands in 3rd round of qualification. Have a look on the scoreboard to see whether any measurement comes up. As we see, I think that was 4:85, that measurement. So Coots, O'Neill, Freibergover, Rippenspeck, Kale, Gallagher and Young in this. So that is your lineup. You can have a look at these on Roster Athletics app as well. So penultimate heat is now underway. Let's have a look at this. Another strong Leeds athlete. This time it's Sarah Coates, 2:09.12 at best. 2021 Scottish under-20 1500 metre champion. Charlotte Young, lifetime best of 2:09.40. She's the Southern Indoor silver medalist this year and has run 2:11.63 indoors. And she was also 6th at the BUCS Indoor Championships. Charlotte Young, it is in front. Let's have a look who else is in this. Sarah Coates in second. Eliska Freibergova, the Czech athlete, just edging into second, in fact, as they hit the bell in 69.59. So that is not the best split for 400. Really need to push on now. Big group of athletes. Georgie Speck is there in 5th place. Rosamund Kale in 4th. So Charlotte Young still leading, but queue of athletes trying to come past if they can. It's actually Kat Gallagher of Oxford in second. Sarah Coates of Leeds in third in the green. So are these going to be the three that go through? Eliska Freibergova, the second of the two Oxford athletes, with her blonde hair some way back in 4th. So these three should be comfortable in the knowledge that they're all going through to those semis. 2:18.50, so they do recover some time on the last lap. So a look down at the timetable, which you can see on the Roster Athletics app as well, that we'll do in a moment. We can see here result from heat number 4. Katie Hopkins we saw, 2:12.11. And Louise Gilbert just behind. Molly Hudson also through, the indoor champion. Emma Ryder, 2:12.89. So a decent time for a 4th placer there. And that was the one where all 4 of them were competing right to the line. And we'll wait and see once all events or heats have concluded, because we've got one more to come. But it looks to be at the moment that that particular heat number 4 has the fastest time overall, 2:12.1, and the fastest time for a 4th placer, fairly comfortably, because they were all quite close. And then that second heat also was pretty quick, to 13.3. Freya Bennett of Birmingham was was 4th in that. So as a result, she is in a position to make it through as things stand. 2:13.73 her time, as is Tucson of Loughborough, who was 4th in the first heat. So they can all be fairly confident at this stage. Darcy Bass of St Mary's was 5th behind Bennett in that second heat on 2:21. So that's the sort of time that might face a more anxious wait. Same with Rachel McDonald, 2:20.75 in heat number 3. And Susie Lecoutre in front of her, 2:19.89. 4th in heat number 3. So Zoe Hunter of Birmingham, Cardiff Met's Caitlin Battersby, Eva Holland of Exeter, Newcastle's Harriet Thompson, Ella Fryer, Oxford, Nicola Moynihan leads Beckett, Edge Hills, Lucy Mills, and Leah Kiesler of Edinburgh. So just waiting for the result from the 5th heat to come through as we get underway with that final heat. In fact, it's just come up, so bring it to you now. Charlotte Young, 2:18.49 ahead of Coots, 2:18.67 and 2:19.16 from Gallagher of Oxford. So it means that Freiberg-Over on 2:20.59, that is good enough to qualify. So it knocks out Darcy Bass. So 2:20.75 is the target time if you finish 4th in this race. Of course, you want to try and get into the top 3 here. So this one could be reasonably close. We've got Ella Fryer, PB of 2:09. Kiesler 2:11 and Moynihan 2:12. Ella Fryer, who won the Southern Under-20 Inter-Counties title in 2021, come through the bell in 66.26. Again, that's sort of middle of the road as far as the splits we've seen so far, a couple of which were 64s. So very close, this quartet. You could see something again like that Molly Hudson heat, where it was a 4 abreast race to the finish line. So some excitement really, you can't complain, given that these are just the heats. Zoe Hunter in the red of Birmingham, Nicola Moynihan in the purple of Leeds Beckett, Leah Kiesler of Edinburgh in the green, and Ella Fry of Oxford in the navy, who may just be the one who gets 4th place here. So we'll look at the clock, because 2:20 will be good enough, and she's a good 5 seconds inside that. And it might even be the case that the athlete who was a little way back in 5th, Caitlin Battersby of Cardiff Met, makes it through, because she crossed the line potentially very close to 2:20.75, which is what she needed. So those were some decent heats, and you'd have to say it's pretty much wide open so far as winning this title is concerned, albeit we'll know a lot more once we've seen those semi-finals, I'm sure. Abby Ives, on paper, would be the favourite. Then again, this isn't the sort of event where you'd get the opportunity to necessarily run a 2:01 race. The championship record has stood for a long, long time to Marilyn Okoro since 2003. 2:03. This is a result from heat number 5, and as I said, Freiberg-Over is one of those who was in contention to make it through before the start of this heat, but would be waiting maybe a little anxiously about that. Maybe she's not anxious at all, but maybe she'll find out in a moment and won't have been sure, shall we say, whether the time was good enough to qualify, and the truth shall be revealed. And it'll be revealed on the Roster Athletics app once the final event result comes through from heat number 8. So field action has concluded for the moment, so the next action will be at 10 to 4, and it'll be the heat of the men's 400 metres. Welcome to the Chelmsford Sports and Athletics Centre for the 2022 BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championship. Coming through, Ashmead challenging. Wow, that is almost impossible to call. To push on through this bend and down into the home straight.
We might see records get broken.
So this is the real battle now that's yet to be decided. Isabel Bonby breaks a lot of determination in the women's 4x4 to take gold. This annual flagship event, marking the 10-year anniversary since the start of BUCS Nationals, always no shortage of colour, drama, excitement and names to watch out for as university students from across the UK battle for glory and bragging rights.
He is powering his way to the wall. Is he going to be enough?
Things are about to heat up a little bit.
They're all coming back in the closing stages. Oh, what a finish that was. It's a new BUCS record. She will take the goal.
Was it ever in doubt? But they're pretty much neck and neck here on this second leg. So tight, shoulder to shoulder. Trying to get alongside.
Looks like it's between these four for the medals.
She's going to bring them home. It's going to be gold.
Stroke for stroke now, into the finish. Where's this one going to go?
Brunel come home to defend their title.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Especially in the London. I'll chat to all.
Come on, Brad! Go on, Greg, you got this.
So you rejoin us for the heats of the men's 400 metres. Looks like a disqualification for the athlete in lane 1. I wonder whether we might get a chance to see that again in a moment, but let's focus on this lineup. So Mitchell that was of Edinburgh. So we've got McCulloch, Chauhan, Rising, Cook, Higgins and McClafferty from Oxford, Leicester, Bolton, Durham, Loughborough and Strathclyde. So athletes having the option of whether to use blocks or not. And one particular there you could see without the blocks. So just the one lap of the track for these men. You can see Ben Higgins of Loughborough there, the favourite not just in this heat but in this competition generally. Coming through very nicely here. Top 2 going through automatically, then 8 time qualifiers across 8 heats. So Higgins, well, doesn't need to work this hard, but clearly wants to set out his stall on the opening day of competition, and does that very nicely to come through and win in 47.93. James McClafferty finished well on the outside for Strathclyde there in lane number 7. So all results available on the Roster Athletics app, of course, which you can download or look at the website. This, we're just looking at the result of the women's 800 metres heat number 6. So Ella Fry making it as a non-automatic qualifier. Caitlin Battersby did not. So, last couple of hours of action on the first day here in Manchester. And we know that we've got women's 400 metre heats to come. And then we'll have men's and women's 100 semi-finals, including the 100 metre ambulant race. And then we will have the women's steeplechase to finish off on the track. And the action remaining in the field is the men's javelin final, the A final for that, and there at the same time will be the men's shot put final. So that gives certainly A and B finals give all athletes the chance to have 6 attempts. As we look at the lineup for heat number 2 of the men's 400, Ellis Greatrex, the standout name, another Loughborough competitor. Also Gerald Campbell, James Shaw, Will Parkinson, Robert O'Brien, Adam Fox, Amaha Lawrence and Stuart Clark. So Ellis Greatrix was second last year behind Alex Cooper. He'll want to get another medal, if I can get my words out. This time, it's been in the colours of Nottingham Trent, of course, and here for Loughborough. So, another good battle for the top 2 spots. Campbell Shaw, Parkinson, O'Brien, Fox, Lawrence and Clark also in this race. Ellis Greatrix looking good though, with Parkinson in the red in second, but fairly distant, just like in the first race. Adam Fox of Hull in third. Parkinson just doing enough, 49.42 for Greatrix. So both of the 2 Loughborough men so far choosing to really go out strongly in their heats that we've seen so far. So Higgins 47.94 and Cook of Durham 51.78, just outside the top 2 automatic places. Just seen Ellis Greatrix, after winning that heat, get changed into his Wolverhampton Wanderers shirt. And I noticed at the time that Wolverhampton Wanderers aren't doing particularly well in their game happening at the moment. They're full 0 down at Brighton, so he's showing support regardless, given they're playing today. But not a score that he'll be disappointed with, that he'll be pleased with, but he will be pleased with the outcome of that race, for sure. Semi-finals, of course, to come, and the 400 semis for the men at 12 o'clock, and then their final on Monday will be 2:15. Heat number 3 with Barnaby Dougal, Andrew Baldwin, Joshua Saunders, Alex Cooper, defending champion, Niall Breeze. Thankfully the wind has not been too strong this championship so far. Frankie Arkwright, Scott Hannaway and Daniel English Brown. So all the way from Portsmouth in the south to Robert Gordon in Scotland. And Bangor University as well represented in Wales. So watch out for Alex Cooper from lane 4, lifetime best of 47.13. And who might be able to join him? The likes of Scott Hannaway and Josh Saunders have run sub 50 in the past. So Cooper from Hannaway of Abertay University. That's one we don't often see. Looks quite similar to the Bath vest. I'm glad I didn't say it was. Cooper easing up towards the line. This is going to be another decent time when you consider he could have easily gone over a second faster there. 48.89 for Alex Cooper. So we could well see a Loughborough 1, 2, 3 come that final. I'm sure those in the other heats will have something to say about that, including Connor Neal, who goes in this next heat. Ben Hawkes of Cardiff Mets also to come in heat number 5, sorry. Tom Hunter of Manchester, Hakan Dalbal in heat 6. Wonder what's going on here. So I just wonder whether he's been shown a red card there. They are just checking, just having the conversation with the official. So you have to make sure you run inside your lanes. And we did see this at the indoors. A couple of athletes DQ'd. Also in the relay, that was a slightly messy one with a few disqualifications. Alex Cooper, of course, having won this just the heat. Well, did see the card come out and he looked frustrated, so wait and see until it's fully confirmed, but does look disappointment for Alex Cooper, the defending champion. Of course, they'll have the relay to come as well. We'll wait for that result to come up and confirm what we think has taken place. Looks like a DNS in this next heat. No athlete in lane 3. We've got Jack Gilland, Maurizio Carrodus, Alex Cogaludo Blanc, Joshua Knox, Finn Whiteman, Tom Fillingham and Connor Neal. So expecting Neal to go out quite hard on the outside there and build up a lead, as he has done here. The England under-23 champion, lifetime best of 47.27. He was actually disqualified in his semi-final at BUCS Indoors. The same we think has happened to Alex Cooper, defending champion, who had just finished first in that previous heat. Jack Gillen going well on the inside for Liverpool, John Moores in the pale blue and green vest. And also Joshua Knox in the red of Cardiff. Big noise here as Connor Neal comes through and eases up. And the clock stops at 49.43. So the slowest heat that we've seen so far, but doesn't matter too much. Noted that in that second heat, when the result came up there, that third, fourth and fifth all appeared to be faster than second, behind Ben Higgins in heat number 1. That's correct, yes. So Adam Fox of Hull, Amaha Lawrence of Leeds Beckett and James Shaw of Newcastle, who set a lifetime best of 51.03 in heat number 2, were all faster than Cook of Durham, 51.78 from the first heat, who finished third in that. Waiting for the result from the third heat to come through. Meanwhile, heat number 5, the lineup is out with James Brimble of Solent, Leeds Daniel Cepede, Joseph Prince of Leeds Beckett, Liverpool's Will Clay, Ben Hawkes of Cardiff Met, King's College's Kareem Selman Jackson, Dawood Chauhan of Brunel and Sheffield's Tom Marwood. So heat number 5 of the men's 400. Brimble, Cepede, Prince, Clay, Hawkes, Selman, Jackson, Chauhan and Marwood. So this one may be a tighter one to call. Ben Hawkes won the silver medal indoors. also battling in this one is the Sheffield vest of Marwood. You can see Chohan and Brunel in the navy, and in front of them that pair which is Hawks in the maroon, and then the red and black there of Selman Jackson. So Ben Hawks with a nice lead. He can very much afford to ease up with 49.91 the winning time. So you're watching live coverage of the first day of action at the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships, and we will have the women's 400 metres to follow the men's, and then we will have 100 metre semi-finals including ambulance 100 heats, and finishing off on the track with the 2000 steeplechase for the women, and then we have field finals, shot put for men, and also javelin A final. So they're coming up in 10 minutes time. You can see here result from heat number 3. Well, showing there as Alex Cooper in top spot, so I wonder whether there's been some kind of change. Have a look on the Roster Athletics app. It is showing as though Alex Cooper has qualified, so unless there's any further change that appears, it does seem as though that was all cleared up in the end, which is good, I suppose, from a sporting point of view. Watching out on the chat, by the way, on YouTube. DRNR2 says Kareem Selman Jackson, who finished second there, is the next Van Niekerk. Van Niekerk, of course, the record holder. This is heat number 6's lineup. Jean-Claude Ducroux of Newcastle. Bristol's Jan Bauer, Hakan Dalbal, previous bronze medalist indoors for Hallam. Kent's Aidan Karamira. Tom Hunter of Manchester, who had a good performance indoors, but ultimately DNF in the final. New lifetime best this year, 48.61 to win his semi-final. Robin Snedden of Edinburgh. Salford's Joshua Hammond, and Jaran Singh of Aston University. Well, as ever it seems on these streams, there's strong support for Birmingham University, including from Jack Johnson and Samuel Davey, who've been pretty much shouting every name that have come through. Sam Crick watching Charlie Crick, so potentially a relation there as well. Charlie Crick did look good, and he was one that Evan Blackman, who joined us earlier from Durham University, their captain and 200 metre runner, who won the gold medal indoors, was looking out for. Okay, so they're starting to warm up in the shot put and javelin, so keeping an eye in the corner as well as we look at this next heat. On your marks comes the call from the starter. Heat number 6, Ducroux, Bauer, Dalbal, Karamira, Hunter, Snedden, Hammond and Singh. So showing the green card. It looks as though it might be about to rain here in Manchester. We have somehow avoided that so far. We have had also quite a still wind, and one that's been generally a legal wind of +1 or +1.5, and that is the sort of condition that you want as sprinters. Let's see what we're going to get in this next race. It is heat 6 of 8 of the men's 400. Here we go. that beautiful sound of the gun. So, Ducru making up nice progress on the inside for Newcastle. Dalbow of Sheffield Hallam with the white sleeves and the maroon vest there. You can see on the outside the likes of Hunter and Hammond. Dalbow should come through then, round this bend and down the inside. 2 automatic spots. Hakan Dalbow from Tom Hunter. And it's those 2 ahead of Robin Snedden of Edinburgh in 59.05. So still Ben Higgins comfortably the fastest heat winner so far in 47.94. Second fastest was 48.87 from Alex Cooper, which still looks as though it has stood. And in that heat, because we're still looking out for the non-automatic spots, Josh Saunders of Birmingham ran 50.98, and at the moment that qualifies him and is the 3rd fastest, I think, of the non-automatic spots, shall we say, so far. But of course, plenty of results still yet to come through, including heat number 4 indeed, which just waiting for heat number 5. No one threatens that 50 point. We've got Chauhan 52.16 and 52.19 of Prince. So at the moment that is good enough to get in the 8 non-automatic spots, as is McCulloch from the first heat, 52.14, so proving to be quite close right now. So promised you we'd take a look at some javelin, and following the B final we have the A final now, and that's where the medals will be decided. It's basically amalgamated into one race, giving everyone 6 attempts. So let's see if we can stay on the javelin for a moment, looking out to see where the scoreboard is also. Hopefully we can catch sight of that. So Stephen Bates of Loughborough throwing here. You can see the markers there. So Bates 52.70. I believe that was closest to the 45-metre line. And again, just waiting to see if there is a scoreboard that's been put out on that far side, as that would certainly help bring up some distances for you. So, approaching with speed and then transferring that energy and pushing all the way through as they throw. That was Bradley Genvy, who has a lifetime best of 62.91, the Solent athlete. So that was closer to the 55-metre mark. So we'll come back to the javelin soon. The whistle has gone, so let's take a look at this race. Hindle, Ogunfadebo, Bourne, Rivet, Halford Harrison, Bailey, Lambolt, Sinnott. Heat 7, men's 400. So Cam Bailey, who won the indoor title, 47.60, new outright lifetime best, he would look strong. And Jacob Lambolt as well, multiple Cornwall County titles, 48.61 at best. Expect those two to be strong here. So shouts to get the athletes underway, as we've been hearing throughout. Quite close there on both the inside and the outside. You've got Daniel Hindle moving past 2 athletes, And then there is Cam Bailey in the red of Birmingham, ahead of Lambeau. So Bailey perhaps saving something for the home straight here. Nice lead over Lambeau. No one quite threatening on the inside. Although maybe a little close for third place. The top two are clear. Bailey from Lambeau. And then that is 3.62. Cole Sinnott of Kent from Hindle of Durham in fourth. And the time, 49.29. So that is quicker than 3 of the heats that we've seen so far. Lots of support coming in the YouTube comment section as well. We'll keep more of an eye out on that. Lots of support for Jaran Singh of Aston in particular. Quite a few of his friends clearly been watching. Okay, so result from heat number 4 has now come through. Connor Neal 49.42. You can see well ahead of the rest. And 51.11 is the time we're watching out for non-automatic spots. And 51.32 behind. So at the moment, I reckon sub 52 may need to be run in order to make it into those top 8 qualifying, or top 8 non-automatic qualifying spots, I should say. So, just bring you up to date with those results. We do, of course, have the javelin ongoing as well. So let's see if we can catch up with the javelin. We did see those throws a moment ago. So again, around that 55-metre mark. So still taking a look to see whether there might be a scoreboard out there from the officials. So, to give a shout out to all of the athletes involved in the javelin, Fenton Bishop Timings, or Timmings, do correct me if wrong. Oliver Wright of Loughborough, Exeter's Hal Hutton, Benjamin East of Loughborough, his teammate Stephen Bates, who we saw just before, Tom Dollery Bath, Bradley Genby Solent, Birmingham's Craig Moncur, Oxford's Michael Allison, Sam Bannon of Edge Hill, Tom Hewson of Loughborough, and Joss Foote of Trent. Ben East, one of those to watch out for, over 73 metres at best. Michael Allison, another who's over 70, and Tom Hewson is close to that. And 2 of those in the colours of Loughborough, as we so often see. We've seen the likes of Dan Bainbridge do well here in the past. And certainly on the women's side as well, with some very impressive Loughborough throws, including Becca Walton, who's been their captain. I remember her lifting the trophy last year. So back to the javelin in just a moment. This is heat number 8 of 8. So watch out here for Lewis Thorne from lane 6 and Jack Higgins from lane 2. So Higgins, the Southern indoor 4th placer, over 400, lifetime best of 48.29. Lewis Thorne, 48.44 at best, the Southern champion over this distance 2 years ago. He's in the colours of Sheffield Hallam and leading early on. So now starting to come through on this inside. We've got Tom Leacock of Brunel and Jack Higgins of Solent. Thorne fighting back here. It's going to be close on the line. But Higgins holds on from Leacock. And Thorne finishes in 3rd place. So an exciting finish there. 49.45 on the clock. So, returning to the field action now. I was just talking about the javelin final and the talent that we've seen from Loughborough in the javelin over the last few years. Here we are. So nice sight there of Hal Hutton of Exeter. So let's see what he can do. So once again, building up speed, blocking to stop right before that line. And between 45 and 50 metres that looks to be. So the EDM, the electronic equipment, measuring now, and that will produce a distance as we have a look at the full lineup. So that distance, it appears in this particular competition, is being noted by the field officials, and then it appears that they are presenting that full set of results at the end, which will then afterwards appear on the Roster Athletics app. So that throw goes high and long and out towards 65 metres. So that's Benjamin East of Loughborough. So early on in this Javelin A final, on the far side of the stadium, Benjamin East, who has that lifetime best I mentioned, 73.49, 70.11 this year. That was last weekend in Loughborough. Coached by Luke Angel, the Team Kennet athlete from Berkshire. So another decent throw following him. Tom Dollery of Bath, this is. So Tom Dollery, the Team Bath athlete, coached by Mark Bradford, with a lifetime best of 64.75. He's thrown 53.21 this year in Yeovil a few weeks ago. Was 6th here last year, and last year this title was won by Daniel Bainbridge, who I mentioned. Jonah McCafferty, Joss Foot getting the other medals. Okay, so shot put final also underway. So two simultaneous field finals happening here, and these athletes were part of qualification earlier on today, and I can tell you that Kane Aubrey was best in qualification. So 15.65 for Aubrey from Daniel James Thomas, 15.14, and then Eli Pavliv, the Canadian, for Brunel, 15.09. So those were the top three. And Marley Young, 14.90, 14.74 for George Hyde. Interestingly, no Chukwuemeka Osamoah, if I'm reading that right, and he was the one who won the indoor title, taking it away from Eli Pavliv at the end of the competition. So in this final, I'll tell you who's in it. So Billy McCauley, Birmingham, Brunel's Eli Pavliv, Ewan Urquhart of Glasgow, Kane Aubrey of Loughborough, Josh Tyler Marjon, then a couple more Loughborough athletes, or three more in fact, Dylan Clayton, Zach Davis, George Hyde, Daniel James Thomas of Brighton, second overall qualification, Khan Tosson for Bristol, Patrick Morgan for Cardiff Met, and Marley Young of Cambridge. So these are the participants in this final. So we can see there 4.83 that looks like. So this is Josh Taylor of Marjon. So, and if you haven't heard that name before, that's a Plymouth-based university. The full name is the University of St Mark and St John. Well, yes, this could be one of the battles, perhaps, of the men's field events, really, with Pavliv and Aubrey and Hyde. Pavliv winning the title indoors. previously. So again, just looking to see if there are any scoreboards out there, or whether the results are going to appear on the Roster Athletics app. So 1778 it looks like on that vest, if I'm not mistaken. So that's Dylan Claydon of Loughborough. So out towards the 14-metre mark is Dylan Claydon in the shot put final. So let's make sure we keep across some of the javelin as well, while that's also happening simultaneously. So 1467. This is Sam Bannon of Edge Hill we're watching now. So comes high and goes around that 50-metre mark where we've seen a couple of throws land already. So Sam Bannon, Edge Hill athlete and Liverpool Harrier by club, coached by Dean Williams, according to Power of 10 website. Fantastic website. So 55.09 is his lifetime best. 50.010 in Bevington, the Wirral AC Open meeting that he's managed so far this year. And a throw of around a similar distance there. So Tom Hewson of Loughborough following Sam Bannon and launching his throw. Looks like Patrick Morgan getting next, ready in the shot put. As we watch here, the javelin, that's the pink vest. Pretty in pink, as they sometimes say, particularly the announcer here, Adrian Christmas, likes that term. Joss Foot. I mentioned Joss Foot was the bronze medalist. And coached by Mike McNeil, one of the country's best known javelin coaches and very well respected. Spent a number of years as the national throws coach. So you're watching the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships here in Manchester. The conditions a little overcast, if I may say so. Just saw there the Brighton vest of Daniel James Thomas, who was impressive in qualification. So apologies, by the way, that we don't appear to see any scoreboards down by these two events, but results will follow on the Roster Athletics app. Billy McCauley of Birmingham gets the applause. You can see some of the Birmingham contingent who were sat down by the start-finish have moved over to this far side to get a good sighting of their teammate there. Back to the javelin we go. So 1787, Benjamin East of Loughborough. Terrific throw previously, and he has the benefit that there's no track action at the moment, so he can go far back with his run-up as he holds that javelin high aloft, build up that speed, and then holds, pushes right through, and goes out towards 70 metres. And that throw then measured. So I have to say I haven't seen too many red flags or overstepping of the marks so far, which has been really strong to see. So lots and lots of valid efforts coming in. And this is Tom Dollery of Bath. So you can see there out towards 55 metres. So all the while the shot put also going on, but we're seeing some decent throws. Ben East out towards 72 metres to start off, and what he hopes will help him win this title, which Daniel Bainbridge won last year. Some of the toughest competition could come from his teammates. This is Stephen Bates. So all about that transfer of energy, building up speed down that runway, and then blocking and pushing all the way through. And it's a skill that requires a lot of training, quite an explosive event, and unusual, the kind of manoeuvring in some ways, holding the javelin at the right angle as well, and getting the release just right so that it all is made to look quite easy when it comes to competitions like this. So we'll check back in a moment with that javelin A final and the shot put as well, having seen some decent efforts so far, and it appears in this competition, in those particular finals, that those results are being noted down by those field officials, and that they are then presenting that full result to be uploaded to the Roster Athletics app afterwards. So results will come through. We're going to have a look at the women's 400 metre heats, which are coming up now on the track. So again, we should see some good battles in the women's 400. So Natasha Harrison is in this, a great performer for Loughborough over the last few years, and she starts off in heat number 1 here with Lisa Barlow of Leeds Beckett, Nottingham's Imi Hales, Emma Barkley of Strathclyde, who was part of their gold medal winning quartet in the 4x2 indoors, Emily Bowitt of Cardiff Met, Warwick's Leah Hussein, and Tess Farr of UCL. But look at this lead for Natasha Harrison of Loughborough, someone who won the gold medal at the European Under-20s in 2019 in the 4x4, along with the likes of Isabel Boffey and Louise Evans. Boffey, who's now graduated, Evans, who ran for Brunel indoors. So a sensational lead for Natasha Harrison in this first heat. She comes through in 56.57. as the rain comes absolutely hurtling down out of nowhere. And that could potentially make a difference to some of the resultant heat times, which didn't have that, because it was just as these finished. I'm going to shut up about the track now. We're going to go back to the shot put final then. So 1.783, potentially making the circle all of a sudden very slippery. Zach Davis of Loughborough here. So Davis in the African Violet Best as athletes run for cover. So round 14 metres for Zach Davis of Loughborough. So 17.291 for Ben East in the javelin so far, and 70.04 for Michael Allison. And tricky conditions for our javelin throwers as well. Wow. I wonder if you can even hear how loud the rain is on these roofs inside the Sports City Stadium. Bit of readjusting will for sure be needed. So back into the circle goes that familiar vest that we saw before of Patrick Morgan in the shot put. You can see, looks like a towel is out there, and that circle, yeah, he knows it's going to be a bit slippy. Very difficult because the rain is still coming down very hard, and May elects just to pause proceedings for a moment, and I think the officials would be wise to give him some time to do that. So I wonder how long this shower will last for, because if it's a short one, it'll be quite unlucky for those who have their attempts between it. Craig Moncur of Birmingham works hard to push all the way through there, and we're seeing a lot of throws around that kind of 45 to 50 range. Daniel James Thomas for Brighton then in the circle. That very slippery circle. And once again, heading that 14-metre mark. So these two finals at the same time, shot put and javelin. And they're both having to deal with the rapid change in conditions. So, back to Sam Bannon of Edge Hill, wearing 1467 here. You see, ever so slightly tentative, can't really be helped because of how slippy the run-up will be. Sam Bannon, as we mentioned, lifetime best of 55.09. He's an under-23 athlete, and he was 9th at the BUCS Outdoor Championships in Chelmsford last year. Was a Northern champion last year as well. That competition taking place in Liverpool, where he had a couple of victories last year. So Tom Hewson then following Bannon, and over 55 metres, so a decent effort for Hewson there. Another one of our up-and-coming javelin throwers. So that result you can see there being measured by the officials and being noted down. 70 metres 80 is the lifetime best for Hewson, the 22-year-old. That was set in Birmingham in 2019. He threw 64.02 at the Loughborough Open, which was last weekend. So, as we were saying, a bit of a warm-up for this competition that has tended to be over the years. Joss Foote of Nottingham Trent, bronze medalist last year. Well, he's just looking around. I wonder whether he's just assessing if there might be any standing water anywhere or something different. Joss Foote, according to Para 10, coached by Scott Knighton, the Essex athletes, Orion Club, and as you can see there, Nottingham Trent Uni. So his season's best is 64.46, set in Leicester. This is his fourth competition of the year. Quite a few in the East Midlands that he's been taking part in. And he's the reigning England under-23 champion and Southern silver medalist is Joss Foote there, who's the next athlete to throw. It looks as though there is a 400-metre heat coming up in a moment's time. They just gave that shower a chance to pass before attempting this heat indeed. So it's going to be heat number 2 of the women's 400. We have 6 in total, top 3 going through to the semi-finals, 6-time qualifiers across 6 heats. Layla Zul, Natalie Groves, Isabel Nero, Maravilla Ezewuka, Isabel Skelton, Keris Vico, Erin Hughes. So that is your lineup. And just having a look along here, Isabel Skelton, potentially one to watch. 54.25 at best. She's the Midlands under-20 champion. And she was a victim of the fact that there's only 6 places available in the track finals indoors. And she was third in her semi-final and squeezed out. She was doing the 200 metres indeed in February in Sheffield. But her lifetime best is 4 seconds above the rest. Keris Vico, who, along with her sister, Sian, was competing indoors for Swansea, is second best ranked, if you like. And there is Vico in the white and green, and Skelton just coming past her in the red and black of Birmingham. So Skelton from Vico now. And just coming through then on the inside is Natalie Groves in the navy of Oxford. And Vico under pressure from Layla Zul of Stirling. So this is quite a battle for third and fourth. But Skelton and Vico nicely through. 56.83 in the end. A decent time once again. and close to the time from the first heat, just a couple of tenths off it. Okay, so that concludes heat number 2. Let's see if we can go back to the javelin. So this happening simultaneously with the shot put. We saw that throw for Ben East, 72.91 to start his competition, and he's been one of the standout performers as we expected so far. And Michael Allison also over 70 metres. So now the throw goes high and towards that mark where we've quite regularly been hitting, just over 45 metres. I think that might have been Hal Hutton, but a little bit of a distance away to be able to tell. So rain appears to be coming down again, having just stopped there before. It was Hal Hutton because Benjamin East is next in the order. So there we go, wearing a specialist javelin shoes, and hurls this one really high once again. You can see the real quality that he has with throws, and that one is potentially very similar distance to that 72-metre opener that we saw previously. Difficult to tell with the naked eye, but that is the leader of the competition throwing there. Tom Dollery of Bath next to go, so just trying to get himself into that rhythm. Dollery, 64.75 at best, 53.21 so far this year. I was just going to wait for the right moment. And the athletes already in their blocks here. So Rabin, Roberts, McMahon, El-Sheikh, Vico, Kimboa and Roberts. So 2 Roberts and 2 Vicos, albeit one heat apart with Kerris previously, and this is Sean. Both for Swansea. So 2 heats we've had so far, both at around that mid 56 second mark. Wonder what we'll see here. Fionn Roberts, certainly the one to watch. 54.67, a new lifetime best outright set indoors this year. She was bronze medalist, having won the silver medal the previous year. There she is right on the outside, the Bangor athlete in green and yellow. Can hear shouts of go on Olivia. Olivia Kimboa, one of those fighting over second. A relay winner last year along with Hannah Kelly, Ola Brennan and Isabel Buffy. And Chan Vico looks like she may follow Kerris Vico through from the previous heat. So nice comfortable win for Fionn Roberts for Bangor University, putting them on the map. Almost identical time to the previous heat, 56.84. And Kimboa and Vico also going through, it looked like. And those were the fastest 3 in this heat, so that's pretty much what we expected. Right, let's see if we can go back to the field action that we were with a moment ago. Rain coming down hard once again here, as you can probably get a sense of. Bit of standing water starting to appear on the very inside of the track in lane 1, but it was a lot worse on the previous track. This one has been relayed. So you can see there the Solent vest come all the way up from the south coast, and hoping it won't be like a sea on that runway. Bradley Genvy this is. So Genvi, who has a lifetime best of 62.91, 58.29 this year. This is his second competition of the season so far. Of course, many javelin throwers opening up around April, May, having not typically competed indoors, of course, unless they do a different event. So that event was in Winchester, the Southampton Throws Invitational. He'd done the same event the year previous, and that was where he set his lifetime best that I mentioned. Looks like that might be Sam Miller there doing the photography. GB International, who went to the European Team Champs a few years ago in the 200. So that looked like another decent throw being measured there. Around that 65 metre mark, or beyond that in fact. Looked like Michael Allison in the Navy of Oxford that was, who's already thrown 70 metres and 4 centimetres. One of his Oxford teammates is in this Freiburgover, along with Taylor, Reynolds, Reed, Lowath, Hansen and Morrison. So Bronwyn Reed, the fastest athlete on paper, 55.37, her lifetime best. She was fourth last year indoors, then coming fifth earlier this year. She's run 56.42 in 2023. And Catherine Reynolds, the English schools silver medalist, 56.76. And she was actually second in her semi-final, so it just shows how indoors things can be quite cruel, but 8 places available indeed, and obviously more in some of the distance races. So nice battle here with Bronwyn Reed and Kat Reynolds. Extremely comfortable for them. 57.34. Oh, they made that look very easy from Georgia Morrison of Strathclyde. And just finishing here from lane 1, I think that is, or was originally lane 1, Lottie Taylor of King's College. Okay, so back to the field action. Let's go. They've really been trying to sweep the shot put circle with a broom just to get rid of that water, because the athletes were really having difficulty there, as we see Joss Foot here now getting close to that line. So the circle may well be okay to resume. Athletes just testing it out a little tentatively before getting underway. Marley Young of Cambridge this is. And 14 metres is where we've seen a lot of athletes go out to. Sonia Ellis watching, saying go Hal. Hal Hutton in the javelin, who we've seen a couple of his throws. So we will try and get to see if we can improve the results service there. With potentially, I know iPads have been used in some of the events to get those results in straight away. We had that in the triple jump indoors. We'll see what's possible. 14 metres once again, they seem to like that. All meeting around that mark. Daniel James Thomas stepping out of the circle. So we go back to the javelin. So 4 Loughborough athletes in this. Heat number 5 of the women's 400. 1 lap of the track for Durham's Ilse Innes, Lauren Matthews, Vanessa Ansua, Emma Alderson, Livia Harwood, Millie Sildefin and Laura Turley. So another DNS, in fact 2 athletes not appearing to be there. But that makes it easier for those in this race to qualify. Laura Turley, bronze medalist in 2019, which she shared with Emma Alderson. So both once again in this race, quite closely matched. Very rare that you see that in a 400. And here are these two. Alderson of Loughborough, Turley, the Chester athlete, 44.66 at best compared to 54.54 for Alderson, who in this particular race is away and clear. 3 times BUCS individual medalist, bronze indoors this year and indeed last year as well in Sheffield. Manchester though, 55.75 to open up her competition with the fastest heat so far. So that leaves us with 1 more women's 400 heat to go. Let's see how things are going in this javelin final. Very relaxed looking Tom Hewson, I think that is. As we see 9.43 Stephen Bates. So the towels are out in the javelin also. Good test of character, that Storm. So Stephen Bates with his run-up and then launching that javelin out towards 50 metres. So Michael Allison here in the javelin for Oxford, 70.05 that we saw previously. And another decent throw, not quite that far though. So the officials working hard out there. And I know over the last year or so this has also been an opportunity to give officials some great experience as well. Had quite a young track referee at the indoor championships, a great experience for him. So they'll be noting down those results, and as I say, we'll see if we can get the iPads out for tomorrow. Or indeed some scoreboards as well. Amy Pye of Bath, Angelica Operinde of Stirling, York St John Charlotte Stamp, Throssell, McGrath, James and Absalom. Just rattling through that lineup as I sense they were about to go. So Amy Pye, now interestingly, she was top ranked in the 400 hurdles, which is a great hurdler, but choosing to concentrate on the flat here, in which you'd also say she'd be a contender, if not for the gold, then definitely for a medal for sure. And her lifetime best 55.96. She was actually DQ'd when looking really strong indoors. Some of the athletes just squinting a little. I sense that the rain is coming down into their faces, but Amy Pye looking very, very strong. The Cannock and Stafford Club athlete in the colours of Bath here. Just look at this lead that she has put out. So Pye, who was second over 400 hurdles at England Under-23 Championships last year, 57.49 for Pye. Operinde finishing well there. And Olivia James of Durham, 3 automatic spots there. And that concludes the heats of the women's 400 metres. Joss Foot. Out towards 55 metres. So 72 metres we saw previously for Ben East, who looked fantastic earlier on. Then the weather changed quite abruptly, making it quite difficult for the athletes out there. There's been a few challenges with that, having said how nice the conditions were earlier on when the sun was out and the wind looked good. Craig Moncur, one of 2 Birmingham athletes in this. This is his teammate Fenton Bishop Timmings. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. So around that 55 metre mark. So hope to get those scoreboards out tomorrow. Officials working hard out there. 14 metres thereabouts, that latest throw. Just trying to gauge that number. That might well have been Kane Albury there, 1772. We just caught the back of, yeah. So another upper athlete, this time 1849, which is Oliver Wright. See his teammate and leader watching on, Ben East. So pushes all the way through with that javelin. Doesn't quite rise as high in height, but still makes it out towards that 55-metre mark. Can be difficult to tell sometimes with the naked eye. So that throw being measured once again by the electronic system, and it been noted down on a piece of paper by the field officials. And that piece of paper presented at the end of the session. And then the results will find their way onto the Roster Athletics app. So this is Zach Davis. Can't tell whether he was a little bit frustrated with himself or pleased. I think it might well have been frustration. Perhaps he felt that he could have thrown a bit further or put it better. Fantastic Loughborough contingent across these two events. Zach Davis, new lifetime best this year, 15.90. Here is Dolaria Bath. So betting that speed, trying to come to a stop as quickly as possible. He was close to the line there. The white flag has come out though for Tom Dollery of Bath. As we said, coached by Mark Bradford. 6th last year, also finishing in that position at the England Athletics Senior Championships in Bedford a couple of years ago. But in this stadium, he won the Manchester International as an under-20 athlete. And also second at the England under-20s. So earlier on we had the Javelin B final, and the results will be amalgamated together as one result rather than having athletes having to go through qualification. You can see rotating there in the shot put, athlete 1773. Looks like Kane Aubrey there. And then thick and fast we switch over to the javelin. So look at that nice camaraderie there on the far side, with these two events happening simultaneously. Michael Allison throwing there over 70 metres once again, it looked like, with the shot put happening at the same time. So you can see that's where it landed from Michael Allison. I just wonder whether shot put is concluded now. It does tend to be the fastest of the field events to rattle through. So if that's the case, we will be able to focus on the javelin. And of course that's the final field action of the day. Oh no, there are still more efforts to come in. This is Eli Pavliv, gets the red flag though. The Brunel University student. Just looked as though they were packing up in the shot put for a moment, but I said that prematurely. So yes, javelin and shot put, the key field action that we are focusing on. And just to mark your card, there will be the men's ambulant 100 metres at 5:20. And 100 semi-finals, men and women, following that. And then women's steeplechase at 6:05 to round things off on day one. As we see now, Hewson of Loughborough That throw just going off towards the right hand side a little, and once again the rain comes down extremely hard. Just extraordinary changes in conditions that we are seeing here. And you can probably hear the noise as well. So lots of people running for cover now, because it's possibly coming down even harder than before. I think there will be a pause in proceedings for just a moment while we wait for this storm to abate. So in the javelin we saw Ben East throw 72.91. And we saw Michael Allison throw 70.04. And those results were noted down by those field officials. You can see just how hard those officials have been working out there. Really tough conditions for them as well as the athletes. And they've been writing down those scores after they've been measured on those pieces of paper. And those pieces of paper will be presented. And they will be then input those results into the Roster Athletics app so that we will be aware of those results. So as we see the rain coming down there, Michael Allison, we just caught part of that throw. 70.53 it was in the final round, so a new lifetime best there for Michael Allison, who we picked out as one of the athletes to watch before the start of that javelin final there. Ben East supreme before the rain came down, within touching distance of 73 metres. But Michael Allison had thrown 70.04 with a lifetime best of 70.45, and that was set in Loughborough at the UK Winter Long Throws Championships in February this year, just after he opened up his season. Well, that was in fact his one of his early performances. He'd opened up his season in Lee Valley, 63.88 on the 11th of February. The Oxford student, that was an Oxford against Cambridge varsity event in fact. He's also been away to Växjö in Sweden this year in March, a rare indoor opportunity. But yes, so improving on 70.45 set on the 19th of February with 70.53 in conditions that certainly aren't perfect for throwing. So well done to Michael Allison. As I say, we'll feed back about getting those officials to perhaps have iPads so we can have some live results for you, or getting those scoreboards out as well. So just a pause in proceedings as the rain falls. So for the time being at the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships here in Manchester, we have a bit of a rain delay, so we will resume the action once we are able to, once the storm has decided to just calm down a little bit.
running today. The races that we're supposed to be on now will be starting at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Okay? It will be updated. We'll make sure the roster gets updated as well. Apologies for this. Okay.
Good afternoon. So, mentioning that there was a rain delay because of the horrendous storms that we have seen, and following that delay, it has been decided that there will be no further action for today, and instead we will resume at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So the stream will go live at 9:55 tomorrow morning, 9:55 tomorrow morning, and then we will resume the action, including what was missed today, the ambulant 100, the 100-metre semis, and the women's steeplechase. So we'll see you tomorrow.